Hey, Tim Unkert here. In this video, I want to do a mega tutorial on Emacs. If you've been watching my channel lately, you may have seen me doing C++ tutorial, and I was using C-Line and Sublime, showing you the different text editors there. And I've used some paid editors and other free editors on this channel. But one of my favorite editors, which is free, is Emacs. And I kind of wanted to get back into making a few videos with Emacs on the channel. So I thought one great way to do it would be to do a mega tutorial on Emacs, just to kind of refresh my memory on all the great things that Emacs has, and also to share it with you. Okay, so I've got a Chromebook here, and this Chromebook is freshly power washed, so it's a blank slate. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to first enable Linux. And I have this pinned here, so this is my terminal. But if you don't have it pinned, you can go here and just search for settings. And I'll open up my settings. And I want to go to advanced and then developers. And from here, I have the ability to turn the Linux development environment on. I'm going to click turn on and then next. And it's going to give me the default username that kind of goes along with my account. So T Unkert, that's fine. And then the disk size that I want to allot, the recommended is 10 gigabytes, or I can do a custom. I can also change this later. I'm going to leave it at 10, and I'm going to click install. And that's going to go ahead and install Linux on my device. I'll be back in a few moments. Okay, and I'm back. And once Linux installs on your Chromebook, you'll notice that you get this terminal prompt that prompts up here. Let me just go here to my settings, and I'm going to make this slightly larger for you. So let's boost it all the way up to 20 so you can see what I'm doing, and I'll make this full screen. Now, what I like to do initially when I first set up Linux is to make sure everything's up to date. So to do that, I'm going to type sudo apt update, and then 2 ampersands for and, sudo apt grade. And I'm going to do a -y at the end here so I don't have to, because if I don't do the -y, it's going to ask me, hey, do you want to take this extra space? And then you have to say yes. So that just goes ahead and does it. Okay, that's the -y. So it's not going to ask me that. And it's going to run through and do the update, and I'll be back. Okay, now that we have Emacs installed, one thing that you might want to do, and I've pinned it previously, so it just brings it up right up on my little bar here on the bottom. And I can actually close out the settings right now. So let's close that out. So you see that, but if you don't have that, you should see it here, and you can just right click. You're seeing it's giving me the option to unpin from shelf or uninstall. But if you haven't pinned it to the shelf, it will give you the option to pin it to your shelf. I recommend doing that because it's nice and easy to start it up. One thing I want to do is make sure that we restart Linux after we've done these updates. So I'm just going to close this out. And what I'm going to do right here is right click on this terminal and just click shut down Linux. I'm going to wait a minute, or well, a few seconds really. And then I'm just going to go here to this penguin thing here and Penguin Linux. Anyways, I'm going to restart my terminal there. Okay. And that's going to restart Linux. That's going to take a moment. And I'm going to sip a coffee while I'm having that. We're doing that. Okay. So once this pops up, you know that Linux has restarted. I'm just going to close that out. Close this out, and we can right click here. You want to run the Emacs GUI for the most part. Okay, and this is what you're going to get. Kind of a small screen, and you got this toolbar here on the menu and scroll right here. We're going to go ahead and we're going to fix up a few things here. And one thing I'm going to do also before I get started, because I'm particular, I'll show you another trick. I'm going to make a directory here. I'm going to go mkdir-p.local /share/fonts. And Now I'm just going to close this out, and I'm going to go up here and just get a font that I like, which is Cascadia Code, which is a free font that Microsoft created. And I'm going to go to the GitHub here, go to releases, download this zip here, and I'll just click show in folder here. Go to here. Now this isn't particular Emacs, but I figured I'd show you. And I'm going to highlight that and highlight down to here. Just do a copy. Go to my Linux files. Click on show hidden files. Go to that .local, share fonts, and just paste all those fonts in there. And that'll allow me to use Cascadia Code as a font in Emacs. So that's pretty cool. Let's close this out. And now what I'm going to do is just restart Emacs so it recognizes that. And we'll get the font a little bit larger for you. So we'll go to Options, go to Set Default Font. I'm going to search for Cascadia. You see there's a bunch of options coming up. So let's see. We'll go up to Cascadia, scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. Cascadia Code. There's a lot here. Cascadia Code Regular. And let's really crank up the font here for the video. Let's make it 18 to start, and we'll select. And now we've got this. Whoa, this is big, okay? So what I want to do now is I want to take care of a few things with my setup. So what I can do first is do Meta X, which the Meta key on a Chromebook is the Alt key. So Alt X. And at the bottom here, you'll see that I get this option. I get my blinking cursor here. I'm going to type customize option. Okay. And then I want to start with full screen. Okay. So I'm going to do default -frame -a list and hit enter. And we'll see that we have this. I can insert something here. So I'm going to do an insert, and instead of the parameter being nil, I'm going to do full screen. And then the value is going to be maximized. Okay. I'm going to click apply and save. And I want to make sure everything is working. So what I'm going to do is now just quit Emacs with Control X, Control C. And you can just hold down the Control button, press X and C. And then I'm going to restart Emacs. And you'll see it boosts up to this full screen here. Now, I did not save the font, so the font wasn't preserved. So I want to do that. So let me go back here, and I'll go to Set Default Font. Okay, and I'll do Cascadia Code, and we'll go up, find regular. I think 18 was a little large. Let's try 16 for the video. I'll do select. Okay, so now we get this, the font, fairly decent size, I think, for the video. And what I want to do is do options and then down here, save options. Okay, so now it wrote it to this .emacs file. That's my config file for Emacs. So now I'm going to close this out and let's restart it and see if our font stays. Okay, so now we've got that bigger font. Nice. Okay, a couple of other things I like to do is get rid of this toolbar here. So I'm going to do Alt X and then customize option. And then we'll do toolbar mode down here, hit enter. And I'm going to go here and toggle it to off and click apply and save. And you'll see it gets rid of that. We can keep the scroll bar and the menu bar for now, but that's, how you get this going. Okay. All right. So let's close this back out. Reopen. Okay. And I want to show you how to create a directory. So to do that, we're going to do Control XD. And this is going to bring up DIRED, which is the directory manager in Emacs. I'm going to hit enter. And we'll see we have all our dot files here. You can set this up so it doesn't show all this stuff, but for right now, I'm going to leave it. And what I can do is do the plus. So I'm going to do the key right besides the backspace, shift and plus. So and that's going to allow me to create a directory. I'm going to create a test directory, and you'll see that we have the test directory here. I can now hit enter to go into that. And if I want to create a file, I can do Control X, Control F, and let's do a test.org file. Emacs is famous for its org mode, so we'll do that. And now we're in a new file, and I can do something like an asterisk. This is a heading in org mode, and I can just start typing. Okay. And I can save it with Control X, Control S. Okay, I just hold down the Control key and do Control X, Control S. Okay. Now, if I do Control X D, now you want to do Control X, then let up on the Control and hit D. You'll see the dired comes up. I'm in this test directory. Now I could just do a backspace here. Oops. Actually, no. I'm going to go down here. Do the backspace here and go back to my main directory. I could go back to my test directory here. Now, you'll see directory has changed on disk. Type G to update dired. So I'm going to do G. And we'll see that we have this like temp file here, and then we have the other file. I can do N and P to move up and down. So I'll go down, and then I can get back to my file. Okay, so that's getting started with Emacs here. I haven't installed any plugins or anything. If you do want to change the theme, you can do Control X and type in customize theme. And then you have some default themes here. You can install a bunch if you really want to. But if you want to do, let's see, a slightly darker one like Mysterio, so we can do that. Okay, and then we can go up here with Control P to move up and click on Save Theme Settings. Now, if I exit out, it's going to ask me if I want to save that file. I said yes. And I can open back up, and now I have this darker default theme. For the video, I kind of like the light theme, so I'm going to go Alt-X to customize themes, and I'm going to just do Control-N to move down, and I'm going to uncheck Mysterioso, and I'm going to go back up here and hit enter when my cursor is on the save theme settings. Okay, so now I've got the default theme. Okay, so one of the cool sites on Emacs that I was looking at yesterday and I bookmarked was the basic GNU Emacs getting started. So I'm scrolling through my bookmarks here to get to the last one. Yeah, I have a lot. Okay, so this is the GNU Emacs guided tour, and I think that'd be a good place to start. All right, so a guided tour of Emacs. So we have this GNU Emacs manual, and this talks about the Emacs. So it's an extensible, customizable, self-documenting, real-time display editor. Okay, so it goes through a couple samples. So you can edit plain text files. You can compile and run files within Emacs. So this is interesting for C or C++. You have this general debugger here, and you can do Alt-X or Meta-X GDB, and then it will run the debugger. Okay, that's kind of cool. And you can compare two files and highlight their differences. So Alt-X E diff here. Okay. We talked about dired. That's pretty cool. Where we can create directories and files. Okay, another thing that I haven't really used much is the mail. But you can do, I've used the browser within inside Emacs, so you can browse the web. And you can play Tetris if you want to, which I don't know. I don't find much use for that, but that's kind of cool. All right. So it says here, you might see why people consider Emacs to be not merely a text editor, but also a complete operating system. Some users find that they can do almost all of their work from within Emacs. Now, one thing that's drawing me back to Emacs is org mode. which you can export to many different file types. I'm going to be teaching mathematics, so just creating documentation for my courses and that kind of stuff. I think org mode is a great way to go. Okay, so let's look at this Y Emacs. Okay, so all the basic editing commands, and there are lots of them, are available no matter what you're trying to do. Write code, read a manual, use a shell. There are several shells within Emacs, or compose an email. All the tools Emacs provides for opening, saving, searching, and processing text and more are available to you no matter what you're doing. Okay. All right. So let's say they continue. The uniformity means that working with Emacs is often easier than learning to use a separate program, especially when that program is liable to have its own set of capabilities and shortcuts. So I guess back in the day when computers weren't as powerful. Now I'm on a Chromebook from Walmart that's like $200, and it's like, or was $200. Now it's even cheaper. I think they just keep getting faster and faster. But this was $200 maybe a year ago. Now this thing, it runs Emacs just fine. But if you're talking about a computer from the 90s or even earlier, that Emacs might have been a little slow to start up. But the thing about Emacs is you've got all this stuff from within Emacs. So even back then, you could start up Emacs and then pretty much do everything you wanted to do within Emacs. Okay. Now it just, you'll see it. It starts instantly right up. You can run it on a low-powered machine, and it's much faster than a lot of the other modern programs. And that's because, if you look at Emacs and Vim, they were both originally, VI was created around the same time Emacs was, but basically the 70s, right? So right around the time I was born. Okay, so they were created. So back, computers were far less powerful than they are today. This Chromebook that I'm running on today, even though it's a cheap Chromebook from Walmart, not that there's anything wrong with that, they are vastly more powerful than a computer from, say, the 90s or even the early 2000s. Or maybe even mid 2000s. Technology, it improves quickly. Okay, so then it continues here. Sorry, I got off on that tangent. That you can use Emacs elisp or Emacs Lisp, which is elisps, to customize it. So you can go into that .emacs file and really customize Emacs, create our own functions if we wanted to for Emacs to get it to work the way we want it to work. It then continues here. Emacs is also portable. Okay, so you can use it on, I'm using it on a Chromebook with Debian Linux. You can use it on Windows. You can use it on Mac, etc. Let's see. So let's go down here a little bit. And okay, so we can run a tutorial within Emacs. So we can do Control-HT. So let's try and do that. So we'll do Control-HT. And we've got our Emacs tutorial. So, okay, let's kind of go through this. So Emacs commands generally involve the control key, sometimes labeled CTRL or CTL, or the meta key, sometimes labeled edit or alt. Okay, so on my Chromebook, it's labeled alt. Rather than write that in full time, we use the following abbreviations. So C for control, M for meta or alt. Okay. To end an Emacs session, we already talked about this. You do Control-X, Control-C. To quit a partially entered command, type Control-G. So let's say I do Alt-X and then I start to type, I don't know what I'm doing. Doing. And then I'm like, oh, wait, I really don't know what I'm doing. I want to get out of here. I'm going to do Control-G. Okay. And I'm out of there. All right. So that's nice. To stop the tutorial, we can do Control-XK. So let's do that. Control-XK and kill buffer. We're going to kill it. No. Okay. All right. So now we've gotten out of the tutorial. All right. Let's do Control-HT to get back into it. And cool. All right, so the characters, this double chevron here at the left, or double greater than, at the left margin indicate directions for which you try using a command. Okay, so they're going to have us try using a command down here. Now, a little skip ahead. If I want to go down, I can do control, just hold control and do N. There are other ways that are better that we'll get to in a minute. We can also just scroll up and down with the mouse. Okay, so we're going to type Control V, view next screen, to scroll down in the tutorial. Here we go, right to the next one. All right, so let's do Control V. All right, so we went down. Now we can do Control P to get back up. All right, so when we reach the end of the screen, we just want to do Control V. All right, it says, note there is an overlap of 2 lines when you scroll a whole screen full. This provides some continuity so that you can continue reading the text. This is the copy of the Emacs tutorial text customized slightly for you. Later on, we will instruct you to try various commands to alter this text. Don't worry if you change this text before we tell you to. That is called editing, and that's what Emacs is for. The first thing that you need to know is how to move from place to place in the text. You already know how to move forward one screen with Control V. To move backwards one screen, we're going to do Alt V. Okay, so let's try that. So let's do Alt V. Oh, wow. Moved up. Okay. All right. Another trick, we can do Alt Shift and comma for basically Alt less than symbol, Alt Shift comma, we can go to the top. Let's jump ahead a little bit. And then we could do Alt Shift period for Alt greater than and move to the bottom. Okay. Let's go back to the top. All right. We'll do Control V to go down. All right. So it says try typing Alt V and then Control V a few times. It's okay to scroll this text in other ways if you know how. So you can scroll down with Control N, scroll up with Control P, okay, or use the mouse. All right. So let's talk about a summary. So the summary, the following commands are useful for viewing screen fulls. So Control V, move forward one screen full. Alt V, move backward one screen full. Control L, clear screen and redisplay all the text, moving the text around the cursor to the center of the screen. So it's Control L is, what does that mean? That's basically Control L is centering the screen. So let's go up here. So let's go up to this top line here. I'll do Control L. It centers it where my cursor is. So that's what Control L does. So just in case, because this doesn't, I think it should just say center the text where the cursor's at. But anyways, all right. So now they want us to do this again. So we're going to find the cursor and note what text is near it. Type Control L. Okay, so we're going to center. Notice that. Find the cursor again. Notice that the same text is still near the cursor, but now it is in the center of the screen. Okay, so there I'm jumping ahead before reading. If you press Control L again, this piece of text will move to the top of the screen. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, wow. And press Control L again, it moves to the bottom. Ooh. And then we can move to the center. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, I actually just used it to center, but you learn something new every day. You can also use the page up and page down keys to move by screenfulls if your terminal has them, but you can edit more efficiently if you use Control V or Alt V. Okay, let's go down and let's do Control L and center this. All right, cool. Moving from one, actually, let's move to the top. Moving from one screenful to screenfull is useful, but how do you move to a specific place within the text on the screen? Okay, so like I talked about, previous line, you do Control P. Next line, you do Control N. And then if you want to move backward, okay, you can do Control B. And forward, you can do Control F. So let's go down here and let's do Control F. So I'm moving forward one character with Control F. Okay, see my cursor go. Moving from screenful to screenful. But if I want to move now back, I can do Control B. Okay, I'm going to give you a little hint. What if I do Alt F? Ooh, seems I'm moving forward each word. What about Alt B? Ooh, I'm moving backward each word. Okay, so that's a little jump ahead. All right, then it continues moving the cursor to the line in the middle of that diagram using Control-N or Control-P. Then type Control-L to see the whole diagram centered in the screen. Okay, so we could do Control-L and get it centered again. Okay, and we can do Control-L to bring it back up to the top. All right, I'm going to do Control-N to get down a few lines. All right. Okay, so we did that. All right. Do a few Control-Ns to bring the cursor down to this line. So I just did that. Now let's center it. Move into the line with Control-Fs and then up with Control-Ps. So I can do Control-F, Control-P to go up. See what Control-P does when the cursor is in the middle of the line. So let's go to the middle of the line, like here. Okay. It should move back to the end of the previous line. This is because it moves back across a new line character. So if I go up, move into the line with Control-Fs and then up with Control-Ps. All right, so let's go to the middle line here. So middle of the line, right? Okay, yeah, it moves to the end here, okay? And then if we go up, yeah, for some reason it moved into the middle there. Anyways, but yeah, it moves to the end because of the new line character. That's what they're telling us. Try Control-B at the beginning of the line. It should you move back to the previous line. Okay, so let's get to the beginning of the line, do Control-B. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, Control-B, Control-F. I think we get it. Let's do Control-L to center. Do Control-N. Okay. We can do, they're also talking about Alt-F, which goes forward a word, and Alt-B, which goes back a word. Okay. Let's keep going down. Don't want to bore you too much with this. Okay, Control-A and Control-E. So Control-A moves you to the beginning. Control-E moves you to the end of the line. Pretty cool, right? Let's do Alt-A. Alt-A, now let's actually do Control-End here, and then we'll do Alt-A. That moves you to the beginning of a paragraph, okay? Let's Alt-E to the end. Now let's do Control-A. So that's the beginning of the line, not the current line you're on, not the paragraph, okay? So Control-E moves you to the end of the line, but Alt-A will move you to the beginning of the paragraph, okay? So that's a little difference. Like if I did Alt-A, but then Control-E, I'm gonna end up here. Okay, so think about that when you're moving around, how to quickly get to where you want to go, whether it's Alt-A, Alt-E, Control-A, or Control-E, okay? All right. Okay, so repeated Control-A's do nothing, so let's do Control-A, 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 okay? But repeated Alt-A's keep moving one more sentence. Let's do that. Alt-A, Alt-A. Oh yeah, it's beginning of the sentence, not the paragraph, sorry. So we're moving to the beginning of the sentence. So let's do Alt-E to move to the end of these sentences here. Okay, then it continues. The location of the cursor in the text is called point. To paraphrase, the cursor shows on the screen where point is located in the text. Okay. All right, so here's a summary of simple cursor moving operations, including the word and sentence moving commands. So these we've all gone through. Alt-A, move to the beginning of the sentence. I misspoke and said paragraph, but sentence. Alt-E, move to the end of the sentence. And then Control-A and Control-E are moved to the beginning and end of the line. All right, let's go down here and let's center this with Control-L. Okay, they want us to try these a bunch of times. You guys can do that. All All right, so then it talks about the meta less than. The way I do this is Alt-Shift, comma, to get meta less than. We go to the beginning, okay? All right, and then we can go to the end, okay? And then the beginning, and then the end, okay? Let's go back to the beginning, and then let's scroll down a few pages here to get back to where we were. I'm doing Control V to move down these pages. All right, so here we are. Yeah, and then continues on most terminals. The less than is above the comma, so you use the Shift key to type it, and on most keys, use the Shift key to type meta less than also. Without the Shift key, you would be typing meta comma. Okay, and then we can use Alt V to move up once we move to the end. Okay, let's go down here. Okay, most Emacs commands accept a numeric argument. For most commands, this serves as a repeat count. The way you give a command a repeat count is by typing Control U and then the digits before you type the command. Let's try that. Let's do Control U 3, Control P. Okay, Control U 10, Control P. Wow, I moved up 10 lines there. Okay. Notice I can also move around with the mouse. I just want to point that out. I can click on it here, go here, wherever I want. So you can use the mouse if you just want to. All right, so they have here Control U 8, Control F moves forward 8 characters. Let's try that. Control U 8, Control F. There we go. We went through 8. Let's go Control U 8, Control N. We'll move down 8 characters. So we move down here. Okay. Let's center this with Control L. Okay. So the way you learn all this stuff is repeatedly doing it. Come back to this tutorial, check it out, write some code, write some text, try this stuff, write down some of these commands on a piece of paper. They'll get into your head. Okay. Okay, they're talking about scrolling, so still repeated commands here. You can also use the mouse to scroll. If Emacs stops responding to commands, you can stop it safely by doing Control G. So Control G, remember, quits. You can use Control G to stop a command which is taking too long to execute. You can also use Control G to discard a numeric argument or the beginning of a command that you do not want to finish. Okay, so again, it quits. All right. Okay, so they want us to try Control U, 100, Control G, Control F. So I only went forward 1 character there because I quit out of it with Control G. I'm going to do Control L to get this back in the center of the screen. If you type escape my mistake, you can get rid of it by typing Control G. So notice I type escape here, and I get this commands coming down here. It's like, oh, you're going to do something? No, I want to do Control G. Quit out of that. All right, disabled commands. So some Emacs commands are disabled so that beginning users cannot use them by accident. If you type one of the disabled commands, Emacs displays a message saying what the command was and asking you whether you want to go ahead and execute the command. If you really want to try the command, type space and the answer to the question. Normally, if you do not want to execute the disabled command, you would type no. All right, so they want to do Control X, Control L. And do we want to do this? We're going to type no, okay? All right, let's go down here. All right, so Emacs can have several windows, each displaying its own text. We will explain later on how to use multiple windows, okay? So one window is Control X1. So let's go through some of this. So if I want to do a window that opens to the right, I can do Control X3. I can do Control XO to move over to it, Control XO to move back. I can also do Control X2 to split the windows vertically. And then I could do Control X1 to get them all back, just one window, okay? So yeah, you can create a bunch of different windows that way. All right. Inserting and deleting. Let's bring this up. If you want to insert text, just type the text. Okay, so cool. I'm inserting text. Now, if I want to get rid of all this text, I can do Control A to get to the start of this line, do a Control K to delete that line. Okay, so that's a little jump ahead. To delete a character immediately before the current cursor position, type delete. Okay. This is the key on the keyboard, usually labeled backspace. So let me type A, and if I do backspace, it deletes it. So that's pretty normal. Okay, that's not the one we refer to delete. So delete is the backspace. Okay. All right, when a line of text gets too big for one line on the screen, the line is continued onto the second line. Let's show you that. So this is a line that is going to be too long. So I'm going to need to wrap it around the screen by continuing to type, and then, oh, look at that. It's going to wrap. Okay. So yeah, if we're using the graphical display, you see this little arrow here. And if it's terminal, you see a slash. But again, we're going to use the graphical display. Okay, so we can use delete to get rid of it, or let's do Control A to get to the start line, Control K to delete all of it. All right. You can delete a new line character just like any other character. Okay, so if we're here and we do backspace, okay, merges it. If we return, we get the new line character back. Okay, so that's all that's saying. Okay, so remember, most Emacs commands can be given a repeat count. This includes text characters. Repeating text characters inserts them several times. Let's try that. So I'm going to try Control U 8 star. Okay, Control U 8. Ah, cool. That's pretty neat. Yeah, that's pretty neat. I'm going to go to the start here with Control A and Control K to delete the line. Okay. So here we talk about Control K, delete the cursor from the beginning of the line. Alt D, kill the next word after the cursor. Control D, delete the next character after the cursor. Alt backspace, remember this is backspace, kill the word immediately before the cursor. So let's say I wanted to kill here. So I'm going to do Alt backspace, Alt backspace. And for me, that's not working. I can do Control XU to undo that. Okay, interesting. All right, Alt K, kill to the end of the current sentence. So Alt K, look at that. We killed to the end of the sentence. Now we can do Control XU to bring that back, to undo it. All right, let's notice that the backspace and Control D versus Alt Delete and Alt D extend the parallel started by Control F and MF. Okay. You can kill a segment of text with one uniform method. So, okay. What they're trying to do in this next, let's kill this. So we're going to do Control Space to start highlighting it. And then we'll go down and highlight it. And hopefully you can see this. And we go Control N here. And then what we can do is Control W to get rid of that. Okay. Now, if we want it back, we could do Control Y. Okay, to paste it back. Okay, so it cuts it and pastes it. So Control W cuts and Control Y paste. Now, if I want to do control space here and start highlighting, then do control P and control A to go up and highlight. And if I want to do alt W, that'll copy it without cutting it. And if I go here, I can paste it, and now I can have the same thing here. So that's pasting. I believe you can also do control shift 2 and then go up, and that does the highlighting as well. And I could do an alt W, or I could do a control W. Let's cut it, and then control Y to paste it. Now my theme here is probably not showing up on the video that well, so let's just change the theme. So we're going to customize theme here. Let's go down, and I can also do N and P to get around here. Let's do Tango, see if Tango shows up a little bit better, maybe. And let's go back to the tutorial. So control HT, control HT. Revert it. Yes, let's revert back to the beginning, and we'll do control V to go down. We were past there, past there. Okay, we were somewhere around here. Let's see, can we tell? Let's do a control E. Okay, there we go. That's a lot better. All right, so now if I do an alt W here, and then go to the end here and do paste, I can paste it in. So I've got now these two paragraphs here. Okay. Move the cursor to Y at the start of the previous paragraph. So if you want to do that, we could do control A to move back the sentences there. All right, so this is just talking about what I did. Let's control V down. Okay, so if we go down here a little bit, control K kills the contents of the line, and a second control K kills the line itself and makes all the other lines move up. Okay, so let's try that. Let's do a control K. So we killed it because there was no contents. Let's do a control K, control K. Okay, cool. And I'm just undoing it with control XU. Okay. Keep going down here. The command for yanking is control Y. So yanking is not like in Vim where yanking is copying. Yanking is pasting in Emacs. So let's do a control space and do an alt A. No, sorry, alt E here. And we'll do alt W to copy it. And then if I want to paste it, I yank it, I do control Y. Okay, that's the technical Emacs term. Okay. They want you to yank. Okay, so, all right, so let's say you can get back to using the MY command or alt Y. Okay, let's try that. All right. I'm going to do alt Y here. Previous command was not a yank. Okay, so if I want to yank, I can go here and do a yank, and then we'll do a meta Y. Okay, and then it reinserts the last killed text from the current cursor position. Okay, interesting. I don't really use the alt Y a lot. Okay, undo. Let's talk about this. All right, so they use for their undo is the control /. Okay, so let's go here and let's just get rid of this. So let's do a control W, and then let's undo it with the control /. Okay, so that also works. I do control XU, also does it. Keep going down. Oh, here's another one. Control underscore is an alternative undo command. Okay, let's try that. Okay, and then control underscore doesn't seem to work. Okay, so that doesn't seem to work for me, but I can do this. Okay, the control and the control forward slash control XU acts as a repeat count. Okay, so I could undo it multiple times with control XU. All right, let's talk about files. All right, we already talked about finding a file. We created a file with control X, F, control X, control F. Okay, we can cancel it with control G, save the file, control X, control S. And remember, you can hold down the control key when you're doing this. Okay. Buffers. Okay, so when you find another file, the other buffers stay in Emacs. So let's do control X, control B, and we'll see that we've got a scratch file here. We got the themes file that we were going to, the tutorial we're on, this fundamental page. I think when you open up completions, disabled command. So those are our buffers. Now remember, if I want to get rid of this bottom here, my cursor's here, I can do control X1. Okay. All right, and it actually mentions that right here. Okay. We're talking about foo. I hate when people create a file named foo. Like this whole foo bar thing. All right. Anyways, everyone uses foo and bar in their examples. I can't stand it. Anyways, all right. So pet peeve. All right. Control X S save some buffers. Okay. Having to switch back. So let's try that. Control X S. No files need saving. Oh well, we won't go through that. But if we did, we could save other files because you can go between buffers and have a bunch that aren't saved, and then you could save them with Control X S, not Control X Control S, just Control X S to save multiple. Okay. Okay. So Control X, we extend. Alt X, we extend some command. Okay, so Control Z exits Emacs or suspends Emacs temporarily. Don't really use that much, but you may. Keep going down, auto save. So yeah, so this, I noticed I showed you one of those files in DRED earlier. That's an autosave file. Okay, so it will save every once in a while. Okay, we have this Modeline here. We see fundamental tutorials, the name of the file we're in. We're 63% through the file, line 745. So that gives us some information about it. Okay, and I see if we went right by the tutorial, it would be at 749, but I think we deleted something. All right. So that's the buffer line. Major modes, MX text mode. Okay, so yeah, major mode. So when you're creating a file, let's go back to DRED here. Okay, and we note we're at 67%, so we're going to go there. All right, we're going to go back to DRED, and I'm going to start to type the name of this directory. So you see how I did that? I typed TE and hit tab, and it auto-completed this test directory. I'm going to go in here, and if we go to our org file, we notice that we have this thing org. Now, org is the basically the major mode of this file. Now, if I want to go back to DRED here, Or I don't even have to do that. I can actually do Control X, Control F, and it says find file, and I'll create a file. And we'll create a file called test.c. Okay, so now we're in this C mode here. All right, so and you'll see on the menu here we have C, so we can do a up conditional, backward conditional. We can move up conditionals, that kind of thing in C. Now we could also do Control X, Control F, and do something like test.cpp for C++. And now we're in C++ mode. Okay, so, or we could do Control X, Control F, and do test.py. Now we're in Python. Okay? So we can go through these different modes here. All right. And, based on the language, Emacs is going to try and help us out. So it says, can't guess the Python indent offset. We're going to use the default of 4, which is actually what I want, because Python, you typically indent 4 spaces. Okay. So I'm going to go back to the tutorial with Control HT, and let's revert it. We don't want to mess it up. And let's do Control V till we get down to about 67%. Okay. A little bit further. Okay. All right, so we're back where we went. Okay, so we can pay attention to where we are. Oh, I need to go back here through this tutorial. Okay. So major modes are called major because there's also minor modes. Just minor modifications of them are the minor modes. So okay, so you have autofill mode for human language text. So if you have text file, it's major mode, it's the TXT. Then the autofill mode might be the minor mode. All right, so we could do Alt X and turn on a minor mode by typing auto. And if I hit tab, it gives me these possible completions. So we have autofill mode. And so now I just clicked on it. It says fundamental, and then I have my minor mode. And you might have noticed when I was in the Python file, I had Python and then eldoc was the minor mode. Okay. And then I had like C++ and something else here was the minor mode. And we hover over it, you see minor mode, major mode, minor mode, major mode, minor mode. Okay. Type Control X F with an argument of 20. Okay. All right. So, okay. And then insert a line of ASDF. All right. ASDF. Okay. Over and over again. ASDF. What are we trying to do? Insert a line of ASDF over again until you see it divide into 2 lines. Okay. So ASDF, ASDF, ASDF. I don't know. Anyways, that's supposed to be doing something. But okay, we can change the margin with the Control X F command. Control X F. Let's do 20. Fill column set to 20 was 70. All right, so we can go Control X F, set it back to 70 again. Okay. Interesting. All right. Okay, it's more about autofill mode. I can also go up and down with just the arrows as well. So you can use the arrows with inside Emacs, which I'm doing right now. Okay, so Alt Q. That's again with autofill mode. All right, searching. All right, so Control R. We're going to do an I search backward for weight. Hit enter. Oh, and there we go. We found weight. Control S for a forward search. So we'll do an I search here. Let's search for DEL. Hit enter. Oh, there we go. So we searched forward. So that's searching. Okay. Control G will terminate the search. So remember, Control G quits. Multiple windows. So move the cursor to this line. Type Control L, Control L. Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, we did that already. Okay, and then I talked about Control X2, Control XO to move around. I already covered that. Control Alt V. Okay, let's do a Control X3, and then we'll do Control Alt V, and okay, and that's moving this around. So we could edit the text around here in the other frame. If you notice, I'm doing Control Alt V to move this around. And now if I want to shut this other window down, I do Control X1. Okay. Okay, so this is just, scrolling it around. All right. If you do not have a meta key, you can use the escape key instead. Most people have an alt key. Control X1, we talked about that. Oh, Control X4. All right, so we'll do Control X4, Control F, find file in other window. Let's do test directory, test.org. Okay. Okay, so now we've got our org in our window here. All right, so that was Control X4, Control F to find a file and open it in a separate window. I'm going to do Control XO to move back to this window, and then Control X1 to get rid of the window. Okay. You can also have frames. So we could do Control X5 too, and that gives me another frame here. Okay. And then Control X5 0 removes the frame. Okay, so if you want to open separate frames, recursive editing levels. Okay, so sometimes you will get into what is called a recursive editing level. This is indicated by square brackets in the mode line, surrounded by parentheses around the major mode. For example, you might see fundamental instead of fundamental. To get out of this, type escape, escape, escape. This is the all-purpose get out command. Get out. All right. Okay, so let's do Alt X. We're in the mini buffer. Then escape, escape, escape. Okay, that gets us out. All right. And we'll keep going down here. Okay, so we can get some more information, saving, escape versus the meta key. Describe a function. Okay, so you can do Control HF to describe a function if you want to. Control HV brings the documentation on variables. Control HA, command purpose. Type in a keyword and Emacs will list all the commands whose name contain the keyword. These commands can all be invoked with meta X. For some commands, command apropos will also list a sequence of one or more characters which runs the same command. Okay. Control H and then a file, hit return. Okay, so let's do that. So we'll do Control H. Let me do Control G. Control H, and then let's do test. No. Control H. And I'm trying to type the file, but it's not letting me. So, okay, so that's something we could do, I guess. Control HI. read included manuals. So we got the common options, core utils, blah, 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 finding files, gzip, Emacs fact. Okay. Let's go back to our tutorial. No. Okay. Let's go here. Conclusion. To exit Emacs, use Control-X, Control-C. All right, so this was their little tutorial. Now let's go back and go back to here. And we've got this page here. We talked about Dear Ed, talked about these basic movements. So again, this is gnu.org software/Emacs/tour. I'll include this in the description below. Again, movements, repeated movements here. Setting a mark, control space. Swap point and mark. I don't know if we saw that. But that's something you can do. Okay, region. Mark a region that contains the entire buffer. Okay, so that's something. No. So if I do Control-X-H, that highlights the entire buffer, and so I can copy it. So if you were doing like competitive coding or something, you wanted to highlight it quickly and paste it in, you do Control-X-H, and then Alt-W, and then paste it into your online editor with just Control-V, like normal. But killing text, Control-K, yanking, we talked about that. Undo, we talked about that. Incremental search, we talked about that. Search and replace, Alt percentage. All right, so let's actually do that. So we'll do Alt %, query replace. Let's replace edit with Tim. And now we can just hit enter, and we didn't replace anything, but we could replace it if we wanted to, but that might not be a great idea. Okay, regular expression search. Okay, we could do that. Keyboard macros. Oh, we haven't talked about that. All right, so keyboard macros. Let's go here to the start of the line. Let's do F3. How do we start a keyboard macro? Start recording macro. So defining keyboard macro. So let's do Control U3, Alt F, and then type hello. Do Control N and Control A, and then we'll end the macro with F4. And now let's do 3 macros. So let's do Control U3, F4. Okay, and we put hello, hello, hello here. Okay, so that's running macros in Emacs. So that's important actually, because I've used that quite a bit. It's good to remind yourself. Help with commands, Control HK shows the documentation for a command associated with any particular key. Control HF shows the documentation for any particular command by name. Control HA, search for commands by keywords or regular expression. Now you notice as I'm going through some of these things, I'm like, oh, I forget how to do this or I forget how to do that. Emacs is extensive. Right? You're not going to remember everything, but if you remember some of these things, you can, you can use Emacs quite effectively. Okay, so let's talk about this Emacs shell here. And I'll show you something I like to do. So let's do Control-XD. We'll go back to my test directory. I'm just going to type T, hit Tab, go back here, hit G, make sure it's updated. And notice I didn't save those files. So the test.py, the test.c, the test.c++ did not save. But let's now create a test.py, okay? And we'll create a function that's Let's call it say hello. Notice the syntax highlighting. It's very nice. And then we're just going to print hello here, and we'll go down and we'll return, or actually we'll call the say hello function. I can autocomplete this with alt /. And so I'm calling the say hello function, very simple Python program. I'm going to do Control X S or Control X, Control S to save it. And you'll notice it says it wrote this file. I'm going to do Control X3 to open up another window here. And then Control XO, whoops, no, that's not what I want to do. Control X3 to open up a window, then Control XO to move over. And I'm going to do Alt X. And instead of shell, I'm going to type in term. And it gives me the option to run a bash terminal. So I'm going to do that. So I can open a bash terminal here, and I can type Python 3, and then the name of the file, test, and I'll start to type it and hit tab to autocomplete. And then if I run it, it runs the file in the terminal on the other side. Now I can just do Control D to quit out of that. I'll move the mouse over here and just Control X1 to get rid of it. Okay, so that's how you can run programs in Emacs. But you can do a bunch of different shells. You can do E shell. You can do a bunch of different things. So GDB, if you have GDB installed, so to install that, I'm not going to install it right now. Let me actually close the settings here. But if I wanted to install stuff for C programming, I could type sudo apt install build-essential, do a space, and then do GDB. So if I had that stuff installed, and again, I'm not going to do this right now, but if I had it installed, I could invoke the GDB, the general debugger in the buffer. You can use grep. Okay, so grep kind of searches through a bunch of stuff. So let me change into my test directory here, show you in the command line. Let's do grep-r for recursive. We'll search for test. And it didn't come up with anything. Grep test, maybe. Anyway, so you can search through stuff. That's not quite working the way I thought. Emacs man displays man pages, so manual pages. Evoking shells, shell command on a region, or alt, either exclamation or alt. This pipe here would be a shell command on a region. You do version control with, so Emacs supports CVS subversion, bizarre git, and other systems, so you can do version control. This is just an intro to this mega tutorial, so I'm just kind of running through this. It's just kind of like, I'm just going to turn on and start recording here. You're on a server, okay, being unproductive with Emacs. So we could do Tetris, Emacs psychotherapist. Let's check that out. So what do I have to do? I have to do doctor. So Alt X doctor. I am the psychotherapist. Please describe your problems. Each time you're finished, type return twice. I fiddle with Emacs too much and make bad YouTube videos. Enter. Ha! I would appreciate if you would continue. Let me try. I make bad YouTube videos. Why do you say you make bad YouTube videos? Let's see. I basically just turn on the camera and record. Sometimes I don't even include a thumbnail. Okay, return. What makes you believe that? Okay, so anyways, it's going back. Can I Control G out of this? Let me get out of here. Let me go back to my test directory, go back to a different file. Let's do Control XB. No, not switch to buffer. I want to do Control X, Control B. Okay, Control X, Control B. This lists my buffers. And you'll see I have Doctor open. Okay, so I have these buffers open. And I have this test.c++, but I haven't saved these. Okay, so anyways, I'll do Control X1 to get out of there. Go back to here. Okay, repeated commands, major modes. We talked all about those. Minor modes, we talked about those. And the mini buffer. Yep. So the mini buffer, just as a reminder, if I do Alt X, now I'm in the mini buffer and I can run commands. I can do escape, escape, escape to get out of there, or just Control G as well. Tips for beginners, panic. No, just Control G. Quits out a lot of stuff. I'm not going to talk about the terminal setup. And then we talk about migration. So again, this is just the start of this mega tutorial that I'm going to do. So Emacs for VI Vim users. So Viper mode. I'm going to talk about evil mode, which is something you install. Let's see if Viper mode is installed. So Alt X, Viper mode. Okay. Okay, so Viper emulates VI. Excuse me. It supports all of what is good in VI and X while extending and improving on much of it. Okay. Inhibit Viper startup message. Yes. Okay. So now am I in? Okay. So let's go here. Oh, specify your level. Let's do 1. Okay. No, I don't want it permanent, but okay. So let's hit enter. Okay, so now I'm going J, K, L, and H. So I'm in Viper mode. So, and then, I can insert. This is inserting. So, okay, so maybe you just want to use Viper mode and, not do the master level, but you can do escape. So, okay, cool. Woo. I've got Vim inside of Emacs. Sweet. With Viper mode. There's also evil mode, but that's something you need to install. Anyways, so I hope this was a good start. I kind of went around and bounced around some of the resources. I'll include these resources in the description for this video. I hope you found this interesting. First thing I want to do is we have this nice white theme, but I'd like to change to a darker theme, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So what I'm going to do is Meta X or Alt X and type in customize option. And I'm going to start to type package and then enable at startup. And I want to make sure this is turned on. So I'm going to toggle on and click apply and save. Now I'm going to type Alt X and do the up arrow to get back to customize option. And I'm going to type package and do a dash. And I want to do down here package archives. So I can click on this if I want. And I'm going to insert a package archive. And one great repository for packages is Melpa. So I'm going to type Melpa, and let's go to Melpa, actually. So we'll type Melpa here. And go to Melpa, and I'll make this a little larger for you. So we can see that Melpa is Milky Postman's Emacs Lisp package archive. Okay, and let's go and click on Getting Started here. And we can add this in a .emacs file, or we could just take this address right here, just copy this. And what we can do is go back here and paste this URL right here with Control Y. I'm going to click Apply and Save. Okay. Now to refresh my packages, I'm going to do an Alt X and do package list packages and hit enter. And that's going to go ahead and you see it's loading here. So it's fetching the packages, including the packages now from Melpa because we changed that option. Okay. The package refresh is done, and maybe I want to go find what a good Emacs theme is. So I'm going to search here for Emacs themes, okay? And, notice Unkert Media has some themes here. So let's scroll down and find Unkert Media. Okay, I'm not on the first page of Google yet, so need to get there. Let's see. On the third page, I think, maybe. Here we go. 37 Emacs themes to try. Let's click on this, okay? And we've got a bunch of themes here that I've listed on my blog. Dracula, that looks nice. Material, that looks nice. Mac Classic, VS Code Plus, Monokai, Darkula, Cobalt 2. There's a ton of themes we can choose from, okay? Bad Wolf, if we want. And let's go up here and do Dracula, okay? So now my package refresh is done, so I can do an Alt-X and list package. I can type the command Alt-X and then package install. And that's going to take a moment. And we can type Dracula. And if I hit tab, it completes it, Dracula theme. Okay, and so we have the Dracula theme now. So I can do Alt-X and do customize themes. And I can go down here to Dracula and hit enter. And it's going to ask me if I really want to load this file. I'm going to say Y for yes. Treat this theme as safe in future sessions. I'm also going to say Y for yes. And it's going to load that Dracula theme that I now have. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to do Control-X-D and go to Dear Ed. Now that I've got my theme, and I'm going to create a new directory called Emacs Tutorials. To do that, I'm just going to hit the plus sign, but I have to do Shift and hit the plus sign because we have the plus and the equals below it. So I'm going to do Shift plus. You see down here, it gives me a directory. I can create it. I'm going to do Emacs, and I'm going to do snake case. I'm going to do underscore tutorials. I've been doing a lot of Ruby lately, so Ruby and Python getting used to that snake case. Anyways, I'm going to click on this directory, and we have no files in it. So the first file I want to create is called Getting Started Commands. And these files that I create are going to be org files. I'm posting them to a GitHub repository. I will leave a link in the description for that. All right, so to create a file, I'm going to find file. So I'm going to do Control-X, Control-F, and then I'm going to name the file. And we want to name it Getting _started _commands, and we're going to do .org. Because Emacs is famous for its org mode. Now, we're not going to really use much org fundament. We're not going to use much org functionality right yet. But we want to start getting used to creating org files because that's one of the great things about Emacs. Okay, I'm going to make a simple heading, which is done with an asterisk. And I'm going to say commands to get started. And notice this is a pretty sweet theme, right? It's got that nice Dracula look to it. And before we get started, when we talk about the commands, the control key, we're going to signify that with a C and a dash, okay? And then the alt key, or the meta key, we're going to signify that with an M and a dash. And you know what I'm going to do before we get going any further is I'm going to up the font a little bit. I've already upped it a bit, but I think I'm going to up it a bit more so you can just see it a bit better. Now to get my menu back, I'm going to do Meta X or Alt X, and I'm going to type in toggle menu, and then I'm going to hit a tab and it goes toggle menu bar mode from frame. I'm going to do that. I'm going to click on options here. Go to set default font. You'll see I'm at size 20. And let's really make that big. Let's make it 28 so you can see it. And let's select it. Okay, that's looking a lot better. And just so I can save this, I'm going to save this in case we in case I shut it down and want to start it back up in the video. I'm going to do an Alt-X and hit the up arrow key and click toggle menu bar mode from frame to just remove the menu bar. So we don't have to see it. We can get used to these commands. Okay, the first command, which we just used to create this file, is called find file. And I'm just doing these arrow keys to kind of go from the description of the command to the actual command itself. And to do that command, you're going to do Control-X, Control-F. Okay. And we can also do a find file and autocomplete the file name by doing Control-X, Control-F, and then we start to type the file name and hit Tab, okay? And that will autocomplete it. Okay, so that's a handy trick. We can also, in Emacs, insert a file into another file. Okay, and let's demonstrate that. So to do that, we're gonna do Control-X and then I for insert. So let's save this one. Let's do a Control-X, Control-F. So we're gonna be creating a file in the same directory, and we'll call this test.org. And in this file, say this is a test. It's not meant for much more than that. I want to insert this into another file. Okay, I'm going to save this one, and I'm going to do Control-X, Control-F again to get back to my previous file, and I'm going to start to type. So I'm going to type GE and hit Tab, and that auto-completes it like we talked about. All right, so now it's going to bring me back this file, and let's go right here and let's do a Control-X I, and then we're going to start to type the name test and hit Tab to autocomplete, and look at that. We've inserted the file, that other file, into this file. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff right there. Okay, so now let's say I wanted to save this file, and I've been saving files, so how am I doing that? Well, save file is going to be Control-X, Control-S. Okay, that's to save the file. Now let's say I wanted to work on this file, but I didn't have permissions to save it, and I wanted to make a copy. Well, there's a command for that as well, and that's called write file. And to write the file, what we need to do is do Control-X, Control-W. That will write the file to another copy. Okay, so let's put in parentheses, this creates another version of the file. Okay, all right. Now let's say I wanted to find a file, but I typed in the wrong file name, and I want to find an alternative file. So there's a command for that as well. It's called find alternative file, and the keyboard shortcut for that is Control-X, Control-V. All right, so we can find an alternative file with this file. Now let's say I'm tired of Emacs and I want to quit. So I'm going to quit Emacs with Control-X, Control-C. Okay. Let's save. So we're saving it, and let's do a Control-X, Control-C. Okay, we quit out of Emacs. And look at this, we're on Unqrt Media. You should check out uncrtmedia.com, as it's a great site. Shameless plug. Okay, anyways, so I'm going to bring back up Emacs, and I didn't save my theme. Okay, so let's get back my Dracula theme. So I'm going to go to Customize Theme, and I'm going to go back down here and hit Enter. And then I'm going to go up to Save Theme Settings, and you'll see my cursor. I hope we can see that. It's right here. I'm going to click Enter. And it says, now my themes are saved for future sessions. Cool. All right, I've got the menu back, so I'm going to toggle, and I hit Tab because I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. And I hit toggle dash menu. I'm going to hit Tab, and it's going to autocomplete it. I'm going to hit Enter. Now I've got that menu out of the way. And let's go back to Dear Ed. So Control-X-D to get back to Dear Ed. And let's go back to my Emacs tutorials. And I want to go back to my gettingstartingcommands.org. So I'm going to go hit that. And I now notice only the headline. To expand this, I'm going to hit Tab. Okay. So we're back. All right. So we just quit Emacs, but that was a mistake. We want to go back into Emacs. And let's say we want to get help. And we talked about this in the video yesterday. Hopefully you saw that. If not, check it out. It's right before this video. To get help, we're going to do a Control H, okay? So that gets us help. We did that yesterday. Let's not talk too much about it. Okay, one thing we can get specific help on is describing a key, okay? And to do that, we're going to do Control H and then K, okay? An example of this would be Control H and then K and then Control X, I, okay? So let's actually try that. So Control H, K, and Control X, I. Okay, and it brings up the command in this bottom window. So Control X, I runs the command insert file, which we did, which is an interactive compiled list function in files.el. So it tells you where it is. It is bound to Control X, I. Okay, so we can also do the menu insert file. Okay, so we went through that one, but this describes it in case we didn't know what it was about. Now I'm up here. Now let's say I want to get back to only one window. I'm going to do Control X1. Okay, that's going to bring me back to my 1X window and close that help menu. All right, so another thing we can get help with is finding a function. So find a function. And to do that, we're going to do the key combination Control H and then F. For example, what we could do is Control H, F, and then type find file. That's going to give us help on finding files. So I'm going to save this with Control X, Control S, and I'm going to do Control H, F, and I'm going to type in find file. Hit enter, and it brings up the description of the function find file. It's bound to Control X, Control F. It's also in files.el, okay? And it tells you a little bit about it. Again, I can get rid of this window by doing Control X1, and that brings me back down to the window I'm currently in. Okay, so let's write that down. So Control X1, or let's do the description first. So show only one window. That's Control X1. Okay. All right, another couple things we can do with the help, which we talked about yesterday, is Control H and T for the Emacs tutorial. And we can also do Control H and I to browse the manuals. All right, so if we want to browse the help manuals, we can do that. I don't know why I put this in parentheses. Let's follow my standard format here that I was doing. So Control HT gives you the Emacs tutorial. Control HI allows you to browse manuals. All right, let's now open a different file. So I'm going to do Control X, Control F. And I want to call this file editing because we're going to talk about basic editing. So we're going to do Control X, Control F. We'll call this editing.org. Okay. And we're going to create a little headline here. This is editing commands. Okay. And I want to make a note that after each of these commands, we're going to press enter. Okay. So if I don't type it specifically, we'll press enter. So the first one, do MX, Alt X, refill mode. Okay. And this keeps paragraphs neat while editing them. Okay. Okay. We can also do MX auto -fill -mode, which is another formatting mode, formatting minor mode. Okay. And we can do Alt Q to fill a paragraph. And let's try this out. Okay, and so I'm going to do Alt Q. Okay, and notice how the paragraph filled. Now I want to undo that though, because it's not the formatting that I want, but notice what that does. So Alt Q will fill the paragraph. Now, if I want to undo it, I can do Control X U, and that undoes that, okay? So I want to make a note. To undo, we do Control X U. That is undoing something. Okay. We can also do Alt X. Another command is paragraph indent text mode. Okay. And we can do So that's another paragraph editing. Now we talked about some of these movement commands. So let's talk about movement commands again and just make a list of them. So we're going to do Control P, which will move up a line. Control F, which will move down a line. Okay, so I could do Control P and, sorry, Control N to move down a line. My bad here. So Control P moves up, Control N moves down. Okay, to move to the end of the line like I just did, I did Control E to move to the end of the line. To move to the start of the line, I can do Control A to move to the start of the line. If I only want to move forward one character, I can do Control F to move forward one character. To move back one character, I can do Control B. That moves back one character. Okay. To move forward a word, I can do Alt F. That will move forward one word. To move back one word, I can do Alt B to move back one word. Okay. To repeat a command, I can do Control U and then N as a number and then some command. This will repeat the command N times. Okay, so if I did something like Control U 10, Control P, I'm going to move up 10 lines. So let's try that. So Control U 10, Control P. Oh, I moved up 10 lines. Now I'll do Control U 10, Control N to move down 10 lines. Okay, the more you practice this stuff, the better you will get at it. All right. To move to the end of a file, I'm going to do the Alt and then the, while holding down the Alt, do the greater than. So that's going to move to the end of the file. Okay. And then move to the beginning of the file, I'm going to do the less than. So this will move to the beginning of the file. Okay, so when I'm doing this, like to move to the beginning of the file, I'm going to do Alt-Shift and then the button with the comma on it because it has the less than symbol when you hit Shift. So Alt-Shift, comma moves me to the beginning of the file, and Alt-Shift period moves me to the end of the file. Okay, to go to a line in the file, I can do Alt-G, Alt-G, and then type the number of the line and hit Enter. Okay, so let's do Alt-G, Alt-G, sorry, Alt-G, Alt-G, go to line. I hit Control-G, Control-G. But Alt-G, Alt-G, you see we go to line. Let's go to line 5. And look at that, we're on line 5. Okay, so we can quickly go to a line. All right, I'm going to go back with Alt-Shift period to the end of the document so far, and I'm going to center it with Control-L, which we talked about yesterday. Okay, we talked about moving to the end of the line, but we can also move to the end of the sentence with Alt-E. So this is moving to the end of the sentence. So let's try this. This is a sentence. This is also a sentence. Okay, so if I want to move back, it would follow that I would do Alt-B to move to the beginning of a sentence. Okay, so let's go here and we'll do Alt-B. Okay, not Alt-B, that moves back a word. Sorry, Alt-A. Okay, so if we do Alt-A, now notice it moves back and it skips here. Why is that? Well, let's add another space here and we'll do move to the end of the line and do Alt-A. Oh, so the sentence has to have 2 spaces after the period for Emacs to respect that as a sentence. Okay, so let's make note of that. Okay, the sentence must contain 2 spaces after the period to be able to move back to the beginning or move forward to the end of the sentence. Now notice in org mode, it doesn't wrap like text mode, which is a difference. But you can control the behavior too. And with these spaces, you can also control the behavior. But maybe you want to do it with 2 spaces to kind of separate your sentences. That's the way Emacs does it by default, which is more the older style, but there's arguments about this online. I'm not going to get into that now, but just let you know that that's the way Emacs does it. Okay. All right. Let's see. So we talked about, let's talk about moving forward a paragraph. So to move forward a paragraph, we're going to do Alt and then the curly brace here. This moves forward one paragraph. To move back one paragraph, we do the Alt and the other curly brace. So moves back one paragraph. Okay. And we can also move forward and back page breaks. All right. So Control X and then the closing square bracket, that will move forward one page, okay, to the next page break. Now, Control X and the opening square bracket will move back one page, okay? Well, you may be wondering, well, how do I make a page break? And let me do Control L to recenter this, okay? So a page break is noted by a page delimiter. So you really have to make a page delimiter to break pages. The way you can do that is do Control Q, Control L. And you see this little caret and the L, this is a page delimiter, okay? So this is the next page, okay? So if I want to move back, I'm going to do Control X and the closing or the opening square bracket, okay? If I'm up here and I want to move to the end of the page, I'm going to do Control X and the closing square bracket, okay? Notice my cursor goes down to that page delimiter, all right? To move down a screen, we talked about this yesterday in the tutorial, but Control V moves down the screen or down a screen, and Alt V moves up a screen, okay? All right, we can also go to a line. We can do Alt X and type in go to line and just hit enter. And then we can go to a line. Let's say we want to go to line 5 again. Boom, we're at line 5. Okay, if I want to go to the end of the document, I'm going to do Alt Shift period and move me right back there. So MX or Alt X, and then the command go to line and press enter. That will bring you to a line. And we also have one MX go to CHAR for go to character and hit enter. Okay, let's do Control L to center that. And if we want to repeat a command, we've shown that we can do it with Control U, N, and then the command, or we can do Alt N and then the command. Okay, so I could do Alt 5, Control P to move up 5 lines. That's a quick way to do it. Now, if you're doing it a lot of lines, you still have to hold down the Alt key while you type in the number. So I could do Alt 20, Control P, and that moves up 20 lines. Now, if I do Alt Shift period, that moves me right back down to the end of the document. So that's some stuff to practice that you can move around. Now, I've been talking about Control L to recenter. Let's actually do that. Control L, that recenters the page at the cursor. Okay. And let's make another page break. So that's Control K or Control Q, Control L. So Control Q, Control L, that breaks another page. All right, so to delete a word, we can do Alt D. And what this does is it's the command for kill word, which deletes a word. That puts it in the kill ring. Okay. Likewise, Control D is something that kills a character or deletes a character and puts it in the kill ring. Control K kills a line or deletes a line. And then Alt and then hyphen, and then Control K. So we want to do Alt and then the hyphen and then Control K. What that does is delete from the beginning of the line to the cursor. So this deletes from the beginning of the line to the cursor. Okay, so let's move back a few words here to we're at line. So let's try that. So we'll do Alt hyphen Control K. Okay, and you notice, look at that. We've got line to the cursor. So it deleted everything before that. Now to bring it back, I'm just going to undo it. So I'm going to do Control XU, and I'm going to undo that. All right. Okay, let's do Control E to go to the end there. Okay, like I talked about, killing. Let's just say killing text in Emacs puts deleted text into the kill ring. Okay, and then you can copy it and you can do something by pasting it with Control Y, which stands for yank. Okay, so we get back what we deleted. Now to make a mess of this, let's go here and let's do Alt hyphen Control K. We deleted that to the beginning of the line. We're going to go Control N here and then do a yank. And then we see here puts deleted text into the kill ring, and it's counting the line above it as part of this line. So it deleted this whole thing here and moved it down here. So that doesn't really make sense. So let's undo it. Do a couple undos, and we'll get it back to where we were. Okay. All right. To demonstrate some of this, I'm first going to do Control L to recenter, and I'm going to do line 1, line 2, line 3, and line 4. And what we're going to do is go through some commands here. So what I could do is Control U, 4, Control P, and that's going to move up 4 lines. And then after that, maybe what I should do is then Control A to move to the beginning of the line, then Control U, okay, Control U, and then 4, and Control K. That's going to kill 4 lines. And then we'll do a Control Y, and we'll just paste them back. Okay? So let's do a Control U, 4, Control P, and then Control A, Control U, 4, Control K, and then a Control Y. And we've brought it all back. Okay, so that's a way you can get used to manipulating text. And if you want to get good at editing in Emacs, you should try exercises like this. Okay? All right, let's go to the end of this line here with Control E. And we'll talk about cutting. So cutting in Emacs, you can do Control W, which is cut. And you can paste, again, which is yanking. Control Y is paste, called yanking. It's different than in Vim, okay? We can also, let's do a Control L to recenter. We can also mark and cut. So we can mark and cut, okay? So let's create some more text. So this is the first line, line 2, line 3. This is the last line. Now to set the mark, okay, to set mark, or to set the mark, we're going to do Control space or Control and the @ symbol, okay? So then what we're going to do is we're going to highlight all the items that we want to cut, then do Control W to cut, then Control Y to repaste. Again, this is an exercise. We're trying to get better at Emacs. So I'm going to do Control Shift 2 to set the mark, and then Control P will move it up. Look at that nice Dracula theme. It puts what I'm marking in yellow, and Control A to get to the start of the line. We'll do Control W to cut it. Now it's in the kill ring, and we'll paste it back with Control Y. Look at that. Pretty nice. Okay. To kill a word backwards, you would do Alt and Delete. Is Alt and Delete, and this is the actual delete key. Now, it's interesting, the behavior on a Chromebook, if you do Alt and then the backspace, that's a bit different. So let's do that. So Alt and the backspace, it's not doing anything on this, but if we do, sorry, Alt and Shift in the backspace, my bad. Alt and Shift in the backspace, look at that. It cuts all that stuff out. So it cuts out a region here. Now to bring that back, I'm just going to undo it. So I'm going to do Control XU, okay? So that's a little bit different on a Chromebook there. Okay, what else do I want to talk about here? Exchanging the point and the mark. So Control X will exchange the point and the mark. Okay, so let's set the mark. This time I'm going to do it with Control Space. So the mark is set. You can see it down here. It says mark set. I'm going to highlight this stuff, move all the way up here and do Control A. And now my point is right here. Okay, so I'm going to do Control X, and now my point is right here. Now, if I want to escape out of this highlighting, I can just do Control G. Okay, Control G quits a lot, as we talked about in the previous video. Okay, we can also, let's do a Control L to recenter. We can also basically copy text without deleting it, and that we do with Alt W. So this copies text without deleting it, okay? And we can do a yank pop, okay? So a yank pop, that will run after a Control Y. It yanks the previous yank, okay? So I don't use this much, but this one is Alt Y. It's called yank pop. And after Control Y, it yanks the previous yank. Okay. All right. So again, Control W or MW will copy to the, Control W copy or cuts the text. MW copies the text, but it's going to also copy it to the clipboard. Okay, so the system clipboard. All right. Another one, Control T. This transposes two letters. So let's create my name here, and I'm going to go here and do Control T. And look at that, and then Control T, and look at that, and then Control T. Ooh, and then maybe move back here and Control T, and I've clearly messed up my name. It's moved it over and transposed it with the space, but that's what Control T does. All right, Alt T transposes two words. Okay, so let's go back here and do Alt T, and look at that. Two transposes words, Alt T, two words transposes. Okay, so you get the point there. And let's just whoops, I didn't want to do that. Let me do Control G, get out of there, and go to the end here. Okay. All right. Control X, Control T transposes two lines. So let me move up a line. Let's kill this blank space, and let's do a Control X, Control T, and look at that. We've swapped the lines. Now, if I do it again, it transposes them back. Okay, so that's a cool shortcut. We can also transpose sentences. Let's do a Control L to recenter. So we can do an Alt X and then type in transpose sentences. Just transpose sentences and hit enter. So let's try this. This is sentence 1. Okay, just leave one space. Let's see. This is sentence 2. Okay, now let's just move somewhere here. We'll do Alt X transpose sentences. And we probably need to be here. So let's do Alt X. And it's not doing it. Okay, let's do a space. Okay, now let's do it. Now they switch. So again, remember, we need two spaces between sentences. Now you can change this, but this is the default Emacs behavior. Okay, we can also do Alt X to transpose paragraphs. So we can do Alt-X and then type in the command transpose paragraphs and hit enter. Okay. We can capitalize the letter under the cursor. So we can do that with Alt-C. So this will capitalize the letter under the cursor. Okay, so if I have Tim here and I want to go back and I need to capitalize this, I can do Alt-C and it capitalize that word. Okay, we can also we can make the whole word uppercase with Alt-U. So this will upcase, is the way they describe it, upcase the word. So let's do Tim here. I'll go back and I'll do Alt-U, and that upcases the word. We can also do Alt-L to downcase the word. So let's say I have Tim here. Go back one, do Alt-L, and that's still lowercase. Well, let's do an uppercase. Okay, we'll go back one, Alt-L, and it's now lowercase. Let's do a Control-L to recenter. Okay. We can also go into overwrite mode. Okay. And to do that, we can do Alt-X, type in the command overwrite-mode, and hit enter. Okay. So let's go to the beginning of this line with Control-A. We'll do an Alt-X, overwrite-mode, hit enter, and start typing, I am now in overwrite mode. Sweet. To get out of overwrite mode, we can do Alt-X, hit the up arrow key to bring back the previous command, just run overwrite mode again, hit enter, and you'll see overwrite mode disabled in the current buffer. Okay. We can revert the buffer, and we can do this with Alt-X, revert buffer, and hit enter. Okay. And we can recover a file with Alt-X and type in the command recover file and hit enter. Okay, let's do a Control-L to recenter. I want to talk about a few more things and then I'll stop this part of the mega tutorial where we are at. Okay, so we can also go into the menu. We can do CUA mode. Okay, now in CUA mode, this is much more like what you're familiar with other systems. So Control-C is copy, Control-X is cut, and Control-V is paste. Okay, so now to get to that, I could toggle the menu mode. So I could toggle menu bar mode from frame. And if we go into options here and see it's right here, use CUA keys. Now, if I check this, this will go into CUA mode. So it's cut, paste with Control-X, Control-C, Control-V. Okay. I'm not going to do that, but that is an option. Okay. And then the last thing I want to talk about in this video is displaying line numbers. So if I want line numbers in my document, what I can do is Alt-X, and I can type in global, display, and then line, and I'll start to type it out and hit tab. So it's global dash display dash line dash numbers dash mode. If I hit enter, we get line numbers in the document. Pretty sweet. You can write that into the .emacs file also. Maybe I'll talk about that in a future video. In this video, I want to cover the search and replace options available in Emacs. You'll see I have two buffers open. On the left, I have a markdown document that covers what we're going to talk about in today's lesson. In this video, I'm going to cover some of the spell check options available in Emacs. You'll see on the upper left-hand corner, I have a buffer open called spelling.txt. This is the file we're going to use for most of our spell checking. In the In this video, we're going to talk about Emacs abbreviation mode. We're going to talk about how we can use it for programming, how we could use it for checking spelling or correcting spelling errors rather, and how we can use it to take acronyms and expand them into our full word expansion for the acronym. Okay, so to turn on abbreviation mode, you're going to do Alt-X or Meta-X, and you're going to type ABB abbrev-mode. Hit enter. And you'll see that you get the message abbrev mode enabled in the current buffer. Okay, so if I want to expand an abbreviation, I first have to define the abbreviation. So if I type CIA and I want to hit a space and expand that to Central Intelligence Agency, well, nothing's going to happen at this point. I have to define an abbreviation. So if I want to add a global abbreviation, I can do Control X, either A or dash or AIL. For AIL is local. I messed that up. I'll fix that on my markdown document. AIG is global. Let's do a global one. So let's do Control X AIG. And at the bottom here, it's going to say, what's the global expansion for CIA? And I'm going to type Central Intelligence Agency and hit enter. And it's going to expand it. So CIA is now if I type CIA and hit a space, it expands it. Okay. CIA is the Central Intelligence Agency. Yeah. So that's how you add them. Now, if I wanted to add a local one, let's say FBI, and I would do Control X AIL for local. And it just says mode expansion for FBI. That's the Federal Bureau of Intelligence, I think that's what it stands for. So, or maybe it's investigation. Anyway, so I can do that. I can also, let's say I want to type Here In this video, I'm going to talk about how I use Emacs to update my sites online and how you can use Emacs to blog on a remote server. So let's fire up Emacs here. Now I'm going to use something in Emacs called Tramp. So to do that, I'm going to do Control X, Control F for find file. Now, In this video, I'm going to talk about another way to write blogs with Emacs org mode and Tramp. Okay, so we can write a blog on a remote server using the org mode by creating an org file, so you really don't have to touch much of the HTML if you like writing your blogs without having to use HTML. So anyways, let's get started. So I'm going to fire up Emacs here, and I'm going to do Control X, Control F to find file. I'll delete the tilde and the forward slash, and then do a forward slash. The method I'm going to use is SSH. I'll do a colon, and I'm going to blur this part out, but I'll In this video, I'm going to show you how to get a really nice looking Modeline for Emacs. Okay, so right now I have the basic Emacs theme with the basic Modeline here. What we're going to do is we're going to go into Dear Ed, and we're first going to go down to .emacs.d down to my init.el, which is very short right now. And what I'm going to do is I need to enable Melpa first because I'm going to install a couple packages. So I'm going to go to melpa.org and just click on Getting Started here. And I just need these top two lines right here. So I'm going to copy those and then paste those in with Control Y and then save it. And then I'm going to eval the buffer. Okay, so now the buffer has been evaluated. Now what I can do is run the command package list packages, and that's going to refresh the packages. That's going to take a moment, and then we're going to install a couple packages. Okay, so we'll just give it a sec here, and package refresh is done. So let's do Alt X and we'll do package install. And I want to change the theme while I'm here too to match the Modeline. So what I'm going to be doing is In this video, I want to talk about Emacs CUA mode. But first, let's talk about how we copy, cut, and paste in Emacs. So I'm going to highlight a region here, and I can copy this with Alt-W, and then I can paste it with Control-Y. Now, if I want to highlight the region again, I can cut it with Control-W, and I can paste it again with Control-Y. So that's the Emacs way of doing things, but it's a little bit different than what some people are used to today, which is Control-C to copy, Control-X to cut, and Control-V to paste. But what if there were a way in Emacs where you could set it up so you use Control-C, Control-X, and Control-V? Well, it turns out there is, and it's called CUA mode. And it's very easy to set up. So you have Emacs set up in CUA mode for every time that you turn on Emacs. Okay. So to set it up, you want to have the menu bar showing. Now, typically I don't show it, but to toggle the menu bar, I'm just going to do Alt-X and then type in toggle, a space, and then menu, and I'll just hit a tab, and it gives me toggle menu bar mode from frame. I'll hit enter, and the menu bar will show up here. I'm going to click options, and then I'm going to go down and click on use CUA keys. I'm going to click on that. And now to save it for future sessions, I'll go down here and just click on save options. And you'll see down in the mini buffer that the file init.el in the directory .emacs.d was written. Okay, so it went ahead and saved that as an option. I'm going to now toggle the menu bar mode from frame, just so I have it the way I like it. And I can highlight this one, and instead of doing Alt-W to copy, I can do Control-C. Okay, I can go down here and now paste instead of Control-Y, Control-V. Okay, and to cut, I can do Control-X. And let's say I wanted to do something silly, like put a paragraph in the head of an HTML document. Never do that, but I can do Control-V to paste. Okay, so it's very easy to set up CUA mode. In this video, we're going to look at a package for Emacs called Yasnippet. Okay, so to install this package, let me show you my init.el first. So we'll go down here and just make this a little bit larger for you. Okay, so if we go down, make it just a little bit larger. Go down here, we see these two lines. That allows me to contact Melpa and install packages. Now, this custom set variables is added by Emacs. Okay, so, and then you'll see I have a few different things down here. So evil mode and Doom Modeline. Got some Doom themes that I installed, so on and so forth. So the first thing I'll do to install this package is I'm going to just type package list packages. And what that's going to do is refresh the packages from Melpa, so it allows me In this video, it's going to be a short one. A couple days ago, I did a video on the Chrome browser having some issues. I showed you how to In this video, I want to talk about making Emacs look good. All right. When you start it up, I mean, it doesn't look bad, but it is And in this video, I'm going to go through a first-time installation of Emmet in Emacs. Now, Emmet is a tool that allows you to expand abbreviations in HTML and CSS. Okay, so I'm going to search for Emmet Emacs. Okay, you'll see that In this video, In this video, I want to take a look at just an initial install of Emacs and setting it up for a writing environment. And the reason why I'm doing this is if you've been following the channel, I'm doing this experiment where just this past Friday, it's Sunday now, I created basically a 90s style blog. So it's, the text is on the left of the screen. There's no styling on the text, anything like that. And just focusing on writing content and sharing it on a couple of my social media channels without doing any paid advertising, anything like that. I just want to see what kind of traffic I can get. So I hooked up Google Analytics to it. I did see that after 2 days, I have 7 visitors, one from Mexico. So hats off if you're watching this. And average engagement time was 4 minutes. So that's pretty good, I think. So I did a previous video In this video, we're going to talk about setting up Emacs for my front-end development course where I teach HTML, CSS, and JavaScript along with calculus. You can also use this setup for any type of front-end development. So if you found yourself here on this playlist at this video, it'll be good for you as well. First though, if you like videos like this, please like, subscribe, and hit the bell for notifications. It really helps the channel grow. Okay, let's get to the post. So here I have, I've written a blog post on my 90s style blog experiment. If you've been watching the channel, I've been doing that just to see what kind of traffic I can get. And I also thought it would be good to write posts that go along with this course. So I wrote a post here, and we're going to follow along with the post and set up Emacs. Now, before we get started, let me tell you, there are two ways to do this. One would be the first way we're going to do it. And then the second way, I'll show you a GitHub repo where one of my GitHub repos, where you can just git clone it and then change it to a .emacs.d directory, and then you're pretty much good to go. But all right, so at this point, you've installed Linux. If you haven't done that yet, I'll leave a link to that in the description below. And now we want to bring up our terminal. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to click on the launcher, and I'm going to lift this up here and go down to my Linux apps, and it'll probably be here. Sometimes it's up here in the top apps here, but you want to look for the terminal. And I'm going to click on the terminal, and I'm actually going to right click here and pin it. I'm going to make this full screen, and let's get this nice and large so we can see it. And we can do that by right clicking, going to the settings, and going down to the font size and increasing the font size. Okay, so now we've got our font size pretty big. And what we can do is, well, let's go back to our blog post. So we see that we have to run this command sudo apt install emacs-nox because we're just using the terminal version of Emacs. Now, if you just type sudo apt install Emacs, when you type the Emacs command from the command line, it's actually going to open the GUI version. If you do that, you can open the terminal version with the command emacs -nw. Now, that being said, if you want to strictly follow along with this course, I'm just using Emacs-nox. So it's up to you. I'm going to install Emacs-nox, and I'm going to do that with sudo apt install Emacs-nox. Okay, and it's going to run and ask me to take 172 megabytes at the time of this recording of additional space. I'm going to say yes, and it's going to go ahead and install. Now, Emacs has a lot of stuff. That's why it takes 172 megabytes versus some of the smaller text editor programs out there. So that's going to run and install. And while it's doing that, I'm going to pause the video and I'll come back. Okay, and it's fully installed now. I'm going to just type clear to clear this out so we have a fresh screen. And now what I'll do is I'm going to read the directions here in this post, and I'll include a link to the post in the description below as well, so you can check that out. So we're going to go down, scroll down here, and what I want to do is open up Emacs. So let's just do that. We'll type Emacs, and that'll fire up this version here with this start screen here. Now, it doesn't look that great right out of the box, so we're going to make some changes. And the first thing we're going to do is go to Dear Ed. And there's a couple ways we can access Dear Ed. The first one is, and the fastest one, is with Control-XD. So Control-XD. And then you'll see down here, we have a prompt. I'm just going to hit Enter. And now I can move up and down the directories with N and P. The way you move up and down lines in Emacs in a normal file is Control-N and Control-P, which will work here as well. But in Dear Ed, you can just use N and P. The other way to access Dear Ed is through Alt-X. Now, Alt-X is a way to run commands. So you do Alt-X like that, and then I type in Dear Ed, and then it prompts me to that same spot here, and I hit Enter, and I'm in Dear Ed, okay? So I'm going to go down to this .emacs.d directory, and I'm going to hit Enter, and then I want to create a file, and I want to create an init.el file. The command for creating files in Emacs is it's called find file. It's Control-X, Control-F. So I'm going to do Control-X, Control-F. And you'll see I get this prompt where I can now type the name of the file. I'm going to type init.el and hit Enter. Okay. Now let's go back to this blog post and look at some of the startup commands that I'm going to put in this. The first one is this set Q byte compile warnings. That's for some of the plugins, just so you don't get an annoying warning when you start it up. It's really not necessary, but I'm going to include it anyways. And you'll notice I put a little comment here. So I like to comment and say, okay, this is for inhibiting the CL warning. So I'm going to put that, and I'm going to paste this into here. Now, to paste it into the terminal version, you're going to do Control-Shift-V. If you're using the GUI version, the paste is Control-Y. Now, when you cut stuff within an Emacs file, within the terminal version, you're still going to use Control-Y, but if you're pasting directly from an outer source into the terminal, you're going to do Control-Shift-V. Okay, so you'll see that now we've got those two lines in our init.el. Now, right now, this theme isn't looking so good either, so we're going to work on that in a moment. So don't worry, okay? The next thing, when I start up Emacs, I don't like to have the information screen when I start up. So what I like to do is this next command, which is set Q inhibit / screen, and you have that T at the end, which is important, okay? So I'm going to copy this, and again, I'm going to paste it in with Control-Shift-V. Now I'm going to move up a line with Control-P, and then hit Enter to move down a line, and do 2 semicolons to make a comment, and just write that this inhibits the splash screen. Because I like to comment so I know what's in my file. Okay, let's go back to this blog post and let's take a look at this next thing that I'm going to want to do. Now this is the menu bar mode in -1, which I don't like to have the menu bar mode. Some people like it. If you want to have the menu bar, that's fine. You can access it with the F10 key, which is on a Chromebook. You hit the search key, which is right below the tab, and then the F10 key would be the key on the upper row right below the power button. The 10 keys between the escape key and the power button on the top row are your F1 through F10 keys on your Chromebook. Okay, so just to let you know, I'm going to copy this and paste it in. So I'm going to make a comment first that I am hiding the menu. I'm going to paste it in with Control-Shift-V. And to save a file, I'm going to use the Emacs command for saving a file, which is Control-X, Control-S. So I'm going to do Control-X, Control-S. Now, the menu is still here because we haven't evaluated this buffer yet. I can evaluate the buffer by entering a command. So I first have to do Alt-X. Oops, Alt-X. Okay, hold on one sec. Alt-X, there we go. I was on the wrong line. And I'm going to type in eval buffer, And you notice the menu goes away. Well, what if you want to get the menu back? Well, that's easy enough. We can do Alt-X and then toggle menu bar mode. Hit Enter, and you'll see it comes back. If I want to access the menu again, I'll use the F10 key and then the arrow keys to move around the menu. And if I want to get out, I'll just use the F10 key again. Okay. All right. So now we talked about that. So the next thing I like is this electric pair mode and set it at 1. And basically what that does, I'll show you in a moment. So let's just copy the electric pair mode, and I'll make a comment and show you what it does. It's basically auto closing brackets, and we'll paste that in, do Control X, Control S, and then we'll eval the buffer. Okay, and you'll see the menu goes away again. And now if I hit an opening parentheses, you'll see the closing parentheses as well. Now, if I want to turn that off, because sometimes you want to turn it off, I'll do Alt-X and then electric pair mode, and you'll see this message, electric pair mode disabled. I can turn it back on with just electric pair mode. Okay, I like to have it on by default. That's why I put it in my init.el file. Okay, moving on. So now we want to get some packages. So I'm going to take this line of code, which is going to allow us to get some packages. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and we'll paste this in here, and I'll do Control X, Control S, and now I'll do Alt X and eval the buffer. And now to update the packages and refresh them, I'm going to do Alt X and then the command package list packages. And now we're going to see, it's going to take a moment. You see it's loading here, and we're going to wait a moment until we get a message that the package refresh is done, which we just got. Okay, so now let's install some packages. And these are the core packages I want to install. JS2 mode for JavaScript, Emmet mode for HTML and CSS, markdown mode because we will create some worksheets in markdown and then convert them to HTML. Web mode, which is for HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and PHP. And Prettier, which helps to make your HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files formatted. It helps to format them nicely. Okay, so to install, I'm going to do Alt-X and then package install, and we're going to wait a moment, and then I'm going to type in the package I want to install, JS2 mode. It's going to go ahead and compile it and install, and you'll see it's running there on the bottom. And we'll wait till it's done compiling. Okay, there we go. And now I'm going to install another package. I can do that with the package install. When I type Alt-X, if I've typed a command already, I can do an up arrow to get the command. So I'm going to do package install again, and then Emmet mode. And you'll see that it's installed Emmet mode, Alt-X. We'll do another package install. Let's do markdown mode. We've installed that. We also have web mode and Prettier. So we'll do Alt-X. We're going to do web mode. And it's going to install that. And then Alt-X. And we're going to install Prettier. Okay. Now, with a note about Prettier, to get this to work, we're going to have to install Node, and we'll do that in a moment. Okay. So now, additionally, we may want to install some themes. I've installed these: Atom, One Dark, Material, Groovebox, and Dracula. And you can also find popular themes for Emacs following this link from my blog. Again, I'll leave the blog in the description below. So we're going to install Atom, One Dark, Material, Groovebox, I spelled Groovebox wrong, and Dracula. Okay, so let's do package install Atom, One Dark theme. You notice when it puts a space, it puts a little hyphen in between the space. It does that as long as there's a completion. So if you mess up, it's going to tell you that you messed up. So I'm going to go ahead and install. Okay, so that one's installed. The themes, they install pretty quickly. Package install, we'll do material next. Okay, and then we'll do Groovebox, just Groovebox. No, maybe not. Let's package refresh. Not sure why Groovebox is not installing. Okay, now let's try that again. Groovebox. No, no match. Well, it's not picking it up, so we'll skip that one. Let's do Dracula. Ah, I made a mistake. I forgot package install. Okay, now if we do Groovebox, there we go. Okay. Sometimes you make mistakes. It's okay. All right. And then we'll do now Dracula. Okay. All right. So now let's do Control-X-D and hit Enter. And we'll do G to update DRED. And we see we've got a few things. We've got ELPA, autosave list, init.el, and init.el with this little curly thing. That's the swap file as a backup. Okay. So now we've installed those packages. I'm going to close out Emacs and then open it back up. So I'm going to do Control-X, Control-C, and then we'll just open Emacs back up and Control-X, D, and it didn't evaluate. Let's check that out. Did it not run? Did not load my init.el. That's interesting. Let's do Control-X-D, and I think part of the issue is it created a .emacs. So I want to delete that, and we'll delete that. So I hover over those just to delete them. I do D and D, and then I hit X. And I'm going to type yes. Okay. Let's do Control-X, Control-C to quit. Let's fire back Emacs up again. Okay. Now it's evaluating the init.el. Okay. So it wasn't first because it created a .emacs directory. So if you have that, you can delete that out. We're going to do Control-X-D and go back to DRED. And go back to our init.el. Okay, and now what I want to do is I want to load the Atom 1 Dark theme. So let's copy that and paste that in. And so I'm just going to make a comment, load theme. Let's go up here and make a comment, allow use of package manager. Okay, so now I'm going to do Control-X, Control-S to save, and then Alt-X to eval the buffer. And you'll see the theme changes. It's kind of a nicer theme. That's our Atom 1 Dark theme. Now, if you want to try different themes, there are themes that come with Emacs. You can do Alt-X and then customize themes. And you'll see I have a bunch of other themes. So I could try Dracula. Now it's going to prompt me, do I want this to load? Yes, yes. And we change to Dracula. And then if we go back to our init.el, we notice we have the Dracula theme, which looks pretty cool. Okay. All right. And you'll see now that we've loaded the themes, it's created some custom code in here. So there is that. It may even in your, it may list the packages sometimes. It creates some code in your init.el. Don't worry about that. Just leave it be. Okay, so next thing, I'm going to require Emmet mode. So that will allow me to quickly be able to turn on Emmet mode in an HTML or CSS buffer. And so we'll just put allow use of Emmet mode in an HTML or CSS buffer. Okay. All right, and in this blog post, I explain how you use Emmet mode. So for instance, if I'm in an HTML buffer, I enable Emmet mode, which would be Alt-X and then type Emmet mode and hit return. If I type P and then Control-J, it will expand to an opening and closing paragraph tag. Similarly, if I type .container and then a right arrow, section, another right arrow, then in parentheses H1 plus P with no spaces, then do Control-J, I'm going to get this line of code. Also, if I just am at the top of an HTML buffer and I type the bang signal or the exclamation point and then Control-J, it gives me this general framework for an HTML buffer, which is really nice. Okay, after enabling Emmet mode, we have to set up web mode. So I'm actually going to go right down here and we're going to copy this big block of code with the comment and just Control-Shift-V and paste it, Control-X, Control-S. Let's eval the buffer along the way just to make sure that we're not getting any issues. So we'll eval the buffer. Okay, now notice the theme has changed because up above here, we've set it at 1 dark. If I want to change to a different theme, I could do material, or perhaps I want a light theme like material light. I can do Control-X, Control-S, Alt-X, eval the buffer, and you're going to see that I get this light theme now. Let's go back to 1 dark. So Atom 1 dark, Control-X, Control-S, Alt-X, let's eval the buffer, and now we get back to our old theme. Now, if I want to move to the end of the file, I can do Alt-Shift and then the period, which is basically Alt and the right arrow. And if I want to move to the top, I can do Alt and Shift and comma, which is basically Alt and the left arrow. So I want to move to the bottom, so I'm going to do Alt-Shift period. And I'm going to move to the bottom, and we're going to put some more stuff in this file. Okay, so after setting up web mode, you can set up the following in your init.el. So we can do this. This is going to give me line numbers and relative line numbers. So I'm going to do Control-C to copy that. And then let's make a comment. This is line numbers and relative line numbers. Okay, and I'm going to do Control-Shift-V and paste that in. And then Control-X, Control-S, Alt-X, and then I'll do the up arrow because we've already typed eval buffer. Hit Enter. And you'll see that these line numbers come on the side here. Now, I'm on the line number 72. This line number is 1 up, 2 up, 3 up, 4 up, 5 up. How is that helpful? Well, let's say I wanted to fix this line at line 20. I can move up 20 lines really quick with Control-X, Control-U, and then Control-P, which is the up. So Control-U, 20, Control-P. Okay. Let's go back down to the bottom with Alt-Shift and the arrow. And all right, so now what I want to do is go back to this post here, and there's some optional stuff I can do. So if you are interested in writing blog posts in Markdown and you want to know your word count, you can install WC mode. I like that, so I'm going to go ahead and Alt-X and type package install, and we'll do WC mode. Okay, so that's going to install WC mode, and now I can put in this word count mode and do Control-Shift-V to get the word count mode. And then also I included this, which gives me a little bit of spacing, I believe, but it's not always working 100% around the border. So we'll do Control-X, Control-S, Alt-X, eval the buffer, and you see it didn't change much. So it's not really working that well in this terminal. You can choose to include that or not. That's pretty much it for setting up my Emacs. So I can quit out, Control-X, Control-C, quit out. Now, if I list out the files, including the dot files, I see I only have my .emacs.d. If you get a .emacs, you probably want to delete that. All right, so I'm going to now just type Emacs. It's going to open up, and you'll see it starts right up with the scratch buffer with the Atom 1 dark theme. You'll see it took a moment and loaded, and you should be set and ready to go. Now that's one way to do it. Let's talk about the next way to do it. Okay, so I'm going to get out of Emacs here, Control X, Control C, and I'm going to list out my dot files again, and I'm going to remove my .emacs.d. Okay, now if I start Emacs, I start Emacs back with the splash screen and everything. It's back to a basic vanilla Emacs. Okay, so I'm going to do Control X, Control C. And I'm going to delete the .emacs.d again, because even though I deleted it, you'll see it creates it again. So I'm just going to do rm-rf.emacs.d. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is go to GitHub. And I'm going to pause the video for a moment and log into my GitHub account. So hold on one sec. Okay, so now I'm in my GitHub account, and I'm going to search through my repositories. Now I'll leave a link to this repository in the description, and I'll search for Emacs, and I've got this front-end course here. Now, also in this blog post, I believe I included it. Yeah, so I'm going to use this command. I could just use this, git clone, and this command, the front-end course. So I'm going to copy this. And I make sure I'm in my home directory, and I'll do Control-Shift-V to paste it in. And it's going to clone that there. And now I want to move that. Well, I'm using move, but I'm basically renaming it to .emacs.d. So let's do that. So I'll do Control-C and then Control-Shift-V. Okay, now let's start Emacs. All right, so now I'm starting Emacs, and you'll notice that I've got the one dark theme, and I'm in the scratch buffer. And I've got all that stuff installed. So if I do Control X D and go to Dear Ed, go down to Emacs.d, you'll see that I have ELPA. I have some stuff in there. And in ELPA, I have these packages that I've installed. So the Groovebox theme, JS2 mode, Markdown mode, all these are installed just by the git clone. So I didn't even have to run anything. And if I go into my init.el, you'll see that the init.el is right there. So if you really want the easy method, just run, before you open Emacs the first time, just run the git clone command and then move it. Again, that's in the blog post. I'll leave the description below. Alternatively, you could go to GitHub and go check out my repository and put it in that way. It's just a little bit longer to do it. Either way, this is the quick way of doing it. If you're asking, why didn't I show you this quick way from the start? I wanted to go through and explain some of the processes of how I came up with this setup, so you'd be a little bit more informed about the setup you're using versus just going ahead and basically installing someone else's setup without really knowing about it. In this video, I want to talk a little bit about Emacs Markdown mode. Now, I started setting up Emacs the other day for Python, and then I thought, you know what, I should explore this Markdown mode. A lot of people use org mode, but I find myself gravitating back to Markdown mode for In this video, we're going to do a very basic setup for Emacs for C. Okay, so this tutorial assumes that you have Linux already installed on your Chromebook, and I am doing this on a Chromebook, so if you're following along on a different operating system, there may be a few differences. Okay, the first thing we want to do is actually install Emacs, so we can do that with sudo apt install Emacs. And I'm going to say yes, and then it's going to go ahead and install. Okay, it's gone ahead and installed Emacs. The next thing we want to install is a compiler so we can compile our C programs. So I'm going to type sudo apt install gcc and hit enter. And I'm going to say yes. Okay, that's gone ahead and installed. Now we can fire up Emacs with just the command Emacs. Okay, and Emacs is opened up. I'm going to, if you don't have this pinned, I would pin it. I've previously installed this, so I have it pinned. So now what I want to do is create an init.el file. So I'm going to do Control-X-D, and that'll bring me to dired, and I'll hit enter. I'm going to go down to emacs.emacs.d and hit enter. Now I'm going to hit Control-X, Control-F, and that'll allow me to create a new file. I'm going to type init.el and hit enter. Okay. First thing I'm going to do is I want to inhibit that startup screen. So I'm going to type set q inhibit splash screen, a space and a T. Okay. And we can make it a comment above with 2 semicolons here. Just stops startup message, something like that, just so you know what it does. Okay. All right. The next thing I want to do is set a default. So let's do that. And later on, I'm going to change this, but I'm going to use a font that we have. And so I'm going to say set face attribute default space nil space colon font. And then let's do Cuisine 16 and close that out and save the file. Now let's evaluate the file. I'm going to do Alt-X, and I have this command down here, and I can do eval buffer. And you see the font has gotten quite a bit larger now. Okay. All right. So the next thing I'm going to do is make the screen maximized on startup, so the full screen when I start it up. So let's do that. I'm going to make a comment that this maximizes the screen on startup. And what I'm going to say is add-hook window setup hook, and then toggle frame maximized space and T, and hit Control-X, Control-S. And then I'm going to quit this. So I'm going to do Control-X, Control-C. And let's just, now that we pinned this here, let's just open it. Okay, so now it's maximized on startup, so that's good. So I'm going to do Control-X-D to go back to dired, go back to my emacs.d, and back into my init.el. And let's continue. Okay. So I don't want the menu. You can toggle the menu with the command with the Alt-X and then toggle menu bar mode. I don't like it though. For most of the time, I think it's just visual clutter. So I'm going to disable the menu on startup. And what I'm going to do with that is say menu bar mode -1. I also don't like these tools here. You can toggle the toolbar mode if you want, but I don't like it most of the time. So again, it's easy to bring back up, but I want to disable the tools on startup as well. So I'm just going to type toolbar mode -1. And I also want to get rid of this scroll bar. I don't particularly care for it. So disable scroll bar on startup. So I'm going to say scroll bar mode -1 and do Control X, Control S, and then Alt X. Let's eval the buffer at this point. And you'll see that all that stuff went away. Scroll bar is gone, the tools are gone, and the menu is gone. It's a nice blank screen to write code, which I really appreciate. Okay, there's not going to be much to do for setting up C. I want a minimal setup here. So the one thing I do want to set is set, basically this is GNU style indenting for C. This also works for a few other things, but I'm going to say set Q C default style Linux, and then hit return, and then C basic offset 4. Okay, and then let's save it. And that's pretty much all I need to do. So right now what I can do is I can go to, well, let's first quit out of here. So let's quit out of Emacs. Let's fire it back up. Okay, and let's go to Dear Ed, and let's create a folder called C Programs. And let's go in there and let's create a file, and we'll call it test.c. Okay, and I'll say something like the author of this is Timothy Unkert. The purpose is to test my Emacs C setup just to make sure the basic thing works, and then I'll write a copyright for it, 2021. Okay, so anyway, so that's a little comment there. You don't have to know all this stuff, but I'm going to include a preprocessor directive, include the header file. So I'm going to include stdio.h, and then we'll just have a main function here. And within the main function, we'll have just something like, let's just do puts. Hi, my name is Tim. And then we'll return 0 and close that out. And there's one more thing that this reminded me that I do want to do, and that is to just create electric pair mode. But let's just compile this program. So we'll do Alt X and then go to E shell, and we'll list out our file. So we have that test.c. So let's do GCC. We'll do test.c -o, and then just test. Okay, so now we list that out. We have test. Let's run test, and we see, hi, my name is Tim. Okay, so that's good there. So that does work. I do want to turn on electric pair mode. So let's go back to Dear Ed here, and then we can update this. We see we have our test and our test.c, but let's go back to our emacs.d, go back to the init.el, and we're going to turn on electric pair mode. So, and I'll show you what that does in a file. So we're going to do electric pair mode 1, do Control X, Control S, let's eval the buffer. Okay. All right. So we're going to go back to Dear Ed now, and let's go back up here. Go back to our C programs. Let's create a new file. Let's do test2.c. I won't bore you with the comment on top. We'll just include stdio.h, the header file there. We'll have a main function. And when I press the parentheses, you notice I get the opening and closing parentheses. Same with the curly braces here. That's what electric pair mode does. So I can output something like electric pair mode is pretty cool. Okay. And told me I forgot to put a semicolon there. So, and then return 0. I'm going to save it. Let's go back to E shell. And let's compile this into test2. And let's now run it. And we've got our C program running. Okay, so that's basically setting up electric pair mode. Now, there may be a couple things here. I have a light mode, and I actually like the Emacs light mode, but you may want to get a darker mode. So let's go and pull up the Chrome browser here, and let's search for a darker theme like Dracula Emacs, which is a popular one. There's a bunch out there. So we're just going to click on this. And let's go here to the raw theme. Go to raw. And then I'll click save as. And we're going to go to our Linux files. We want to show the hidden files. So we're going to go to .emacs.d, and let's create a folder within here. Just call it themes. And we're going to, let's go into our themes folder, and we want to just get rid of the .txt at the end here. We just want .el, and we'll save it. Okay, so now we've got that saved in there. And let's exit out of eShell here. Let's go back to Dear Ed here. Whoops, too far. Go back to init el. Okay, so we want to add a custom load path for our themes. All right, so we're going to add to list custom theme load path, and then do quotes, a tilde, backslash, .emacs.d slash themes slash Dracula. Oh no, we just want to do that. Just there we go. That should be good. And then we want to load custom theme. So we can do something like load theme Dracula T. And the T will make you, it'll make Emacs not ask you every single time you load it up if you really want to use that theme. So I'm going to save this, do Control-X, Control-S. Let's eval the buffer. I spelled custom theme load path wrong, so let's try that again. Let's eval the buffer. And there we go. We've got our Dracula theme. Okay, so that's pretty nice. One more thing I want to touch on is just installing a custom font. So one font I like is Menlo. So what I can do is Menlo TTF, search for that, and just click on this here. I'm just going to click download. We're going to show in folder. I'm going to cut this from my downloads folder. So cut and go to Linux files, back to C programs. Oh no, not C programs, Linux files. Let's go show hidden files. And we don't have a .local, so we're going to create a .local folder. So we'll make it .local. Within there, we're going to create a folder called share. Within there, we're going to create a folder called fonts. And then I'm just going to hit Control V to paste in the font file there. And now go back to near the top of my init.el, and I'm going to change this font to Menlo and do Control X, Control S, and then Alt X, eval buffer. And you'll see the font changed slightly into that Menlo font. So that's how you get a custom font. In this video, I want to take a look at an Emacs distribution called Centaur Emacs. I can't pronounce it. It's, the guy that's a centaur is like a guy that's like half man, half horse. Here's a picture. Let's take a look. So this is the GitHub repository here. It says Centaur Emacs is a fancy and fast Emacs configuration. So let's go down and scroll on down, and we can back up the emacs.emacs.d directory. Okay, how do we? Let's go. How do we install? Let's just go up here. Prerequisites. So we need one of these operating systems. We need Emacs. That's it. Recommended to use Centaur dot files, but I'm not going to do that. Let's go to the installation. Where's the installation? Install. Okay. We just want to do, I think, this. Yeah, because I just downloaded a fresh Emacs. So I don't have any .emacs.d, so I don't need to back it up. I'm just going to clone that. So let's do that. First, I need to copy it, I guess. And, okay, let's paste that in. And all right, so it cloned that in. Let's close up the terminal here. Let's open it up and see what happens. Okay, so it's now opening up, and it's going to ELPA and MELPA to get some stuff. I'll pause the video and come back when that's done. Okay, so we're back. It took about 13 minutes for it to download and install everything from MELPA. Here is Centaur Emacs. So this took longer than Spacemacs or Doom Emacs as well. But let's see what we've got going on with this. So let's open up Dear Ed here. And let's just go to the .emacs.d directory. It's using Doom 1 as the theme. I noticed it downloaded Doom Modeline. I think it downloaded Company Ivy, some stuff for TypeScript. So it's got a bunch of stuff in here. Let's go down to ELPA here, and let's look at some of these packages. So we got ACE, Add, Aggressive, all the icons. That's for the Modeline. Let's see what we recognize down here. Coffee mode, I'm not sure what that is. Council, company, got a bunch of packages. I wonder how many packages actually it downloaded. So Ivy, all the stuff, LSP, maggot stuff, some org stuff. Let's see if there's any other notable stuff. Projectile, Rainbow. I mean, not to say all this stuff is not notable. Treemax, Tree Sitter, TypeScript mode. Okay, so yep. Which key, yarn stuff? No, yard. And Yasnippet. Okay, so it did download a lot. I'm going to open up my terminal. I just want to see. I'm running a Chromebook here, so let's just see. I was at about 5.3, so it took about 0.4 of a gigabyte for this configuration, so 400 megabytes. That's a fair amount. Let me go up one, And let's go up and let's actually create a folder here. Let's call it sample. And in the sample, let's just create a test.markdown file, and we'll see what happens with that. Okay, so it's giving me a message here, but do not have automatic installation. So let's see if it gives me just syntax highlighting here. So it's a regular Emacs key binding. So yeah, I'm getting syntax highlighting when I put a first level heading. And I'm getting some attempt at auto completion. Let's make this a little bit larger for you. Okay, so, and then, we can do like, I don't know, list item 1. Actually, let me get out of there. Oh, Control G. Okay. Interesting. All right. Let me quit that and let's just go back and kill this line. Let's do list item 1. So it is giving me some auto completion here. I didn't want that. So let me see. What can I do here? Make a little bit more of a list item. Okay. So I can have my list items here. Let's see what else. So it looks like everything's working in that. So like a link to Google. It's giving me syntax highlighting here. It's trying to give me an auto completion. But it does kind of, the auto completion is kind of getting in the way of the word. So it's messing me up a little bit. All right, that's Markdown. Let's try another file. Let's do test.html. So it does have some Markdown highlighting, which is nice. Here, okay, the following servers could be installed automatically. Let's do that one. Can I install it? Do I have to? How do I install? Okay. Okay, so it does give me a snippet here, but what am I? Okay, so it looks like failed. We failed to install that. So maybe I have to install some other servers. But okay, so I want to choose the snippet. Okay, so I press enter to choose the snippet. If I want the head, it's not going to give me that. Let's see if okay. So it does give me some web mode stuff. Yeah, I'm going to see web here. Let me make this larger for you again. Okay, let's see what other type of stuff we have here. Okay, it's not really giving me any completion there. Okay, let's go down here. Let's do body. Does it give me anything? Nope. Okay, and let's see what tags it helps to generate. Let's just do H1. Nope. How about paragraph? No. Okay, so it's not really giving me any. It's giving me typical web mode stuff, I think, but yeah, I mean, auto closing tags. Okay. Let's go create another file here. Let's do test.css. Okay, so it's going to start a new file. Okay. So I probably have to do something to install these language servers, and that may make it work a little bit better. Okay, so it is giving me some auto completion there. Let's see if it does background color. I'm going to hit enter. Yeah, I want black. Okay, so it's giving me some suggestions here. How about, okay, we could go down and do font family. Yeah, I don't know, Helvetica, something like that. So it does look like it's giving me some suggestions here. So that's pretty cool. Let's see if it does just a couple more suggestions. So go down. Let's do. So you got to hit enter here to get it to complete the auto suggestion, not tab. Okay. Let's go and check out a JavaScript file, see what it has there. And again, it's wanting me to do this stuff. So I probably have to install something to get this to work fully 100%. So let's type document.query selector all. I don't know, paragraph here. I'm just making stuff up here. Okay, does it give me any does it give me any snippets for the? Okay, it does. So if I hit tab with the 4, it does give me the snippet there. Okay, let's go down. Let's do while. Okay, how about do while? So it's not giving me, for some reason, it gave me the 4. Let's see if I can do that again. Okay, so 4 and tab. So that's the completion it gives me. That's not giving me, let me try if. Okay, so that's a snippet. So it does have some snippets in JavaScript. Okay, cool. Let's try another file here. Let's do a test.python file. Okay, and again, I would have to install this server, it looks like. So let's see if I type print. Okay, it gives me that. Hello world. All right. So we could do a function. I don't know. Okay, and it, has nice syntax highlighting. It has the proper indentation, that kind of stuff. I don't know. Yeah, has some autocomplete there. Let's see what else. Do 4 var in collection. Okay, so it does have some snippets here. It's interesting. What about if? Okay, so it's got some snippets in Python as well. So it's got some snippets set up. Let's take a look at the menu. Let's toggle the menu bar mode from frame, and we'll see what we got. Some options up here. We've got Python mode, projectile. So we could find a file. Let's do CCPF. Let's do, or Control C PF. Switch to project. Okay, so that's what that pulls up. You can just quit out of there. Let's see. So we can find a file in known projects. Switch to project. Oh, that's what I think I did, but let me try this. Control C PF. Switch to project. Okay. All right. So has that. I haven't used projectile a ton. Used Yasnippet a little bit. I did a video on that the other day. So let's see. Python mode. What snippets do we have? So we could do main. Okay, and that gives you a main function. So that's cool. Let's actually switch to like JavaScript, and no, that's not what I wanted. Let's take a look at what we've got for JavaScript. Okay, so we've got like ANFN. Okay, so we got an anonymous function there. We got a bunch of stuff. So you got snippets installed. We have two JavaScript menus here, but one is not pulling up, and the other. Okay, that's interesting. We have maybe JS2 mode. Okay, so this would be a lot to learn, this Centaur Emacs. I don't know that it's the configuration for me. I tend to like something a little bit more minimal, but it may be something to try out. It's interesting. I think I need to install some language servers to make sure it's running 100% correctly. But interesting first look. I'm not sure, again, I'm not sure if I would use it, but it might be something you want to try. In this video, I want to look at an Emacs distribution called Bullshark Max. Now, this is actually my configuration, but it's an Emacs configuration for aggressive blogging. Basically, bull sharks are very aggressive, so I figured, why not have Bullshark Max? Now, I was going to do an Emacs In this video, we're going to download and build from source Emacs 28.1 on a Chromebook. If anyone's interested in the specifics of this Chromebook that I'm recording on, it's basically a $200 Chromebook, Acer Chromebook from Walmart. So let's get started. All right, so I'm going to go look for Emacs 28.1.tar.gz and click on that and download that. Okay, so you'll see it's downloading and the download is complete. Let's just click show in folder. Now, you have to have Linux installed. So what I'm going to do is just cut this and move it over here and paste it into my Linux files. Okay, so that's done now. And now what I want
In this video, well, today I was going to plan on doing some CSS for the blog I was making, but I decided instead to look at the Emacs basically downloads online, and I noticed that on April 4th, a couple days ago, they released Emacs 28.1, which is a long-awaited release. So I built that from source, and for this video, I'm going to go through Emacs 28.1. I don't have an init.el created. I don't have any of that created. So I'm going to try and create Emacs basically using my init.el, but I think there are some differences. One thing that I did notice is I'm using a Chromebook here. We have the Emacs
In this video, we're going to take a look at installing Emacs 28.2 on a Chromebook. First thing I'm going to do is make sure I have Linux installed. And once you have Linux installed, and I have videos on that, you'll have this terminal prompt show up. We want to make sure everything In this video, we're going to create a program in Python that finds the area under a curve. Now we're talking about a simple curve like x squared, x cubed, x to the fourth, so on. We're going to have the user be able to enter in a value for the power, say In this video, we're going to cover Python dictionaries. I'm going to create dictionaries out of my favorite TV show, which is Supernatural. If you're following along, pick something you're interested in and try and create dictionaries out of that. As always, because it's a video, you can pause and go back and take some time if a concept is not making sense to you. Okay, let's get started. So first, I want to talk about the basic structure of a dictionary. Okay, so I'm going to make a little comment or a doc string up here, and I'm going to say we're going to start. We have some dictionary name, okay, and then to create the dictionary, we're going to set that equal to an open and closing curly braces, and then we'll indent, and we'll have some key name, a colon, and then a value. Okay, then again, we'll indent, we'll have some key name, a colon, a value. Again, we'll indent, key name, for however many key names we have, all right? So that's going to be our basic structure for our dictionary. Now, like I said, I want to create my dictionaries out of supernatural characters, which is a TV show that I love. You can do it with whatever you want. So I'm going to start with my first dictionary, which is going to be based off of one of the characters named Castiel. Okay, and we're going to set that equal to opening and closing curly braces. His type is going to be a string called angel. Okay, his age is going to be an integer, and that's 400 million. He's an angel, of course. In this video,